I'm trying to help you, motherfucker.
Yo! We smoking joints out here. Big joints. Smoking baby dicks, bro.
In that time, we were in the very final stages of the game to where you submit it to console manufacturers and you're not allowed to make changes once you've submitted it. When I did the 900, they scrambled to add it to the game. It was finished, and they managed to do it because they knew people would expect to see it. That was the best case scenario.
Still got it.
Still got it. That's cool. I did not know that.
Do you remember in Skate 3, if you were to go over to this fence and art gallery, you could quite easily get out of the map? Well, yeah, I'm sure a good handful of you remember that. But did you know, if you go over to this area, you can actually just walk right on out of bounds. They fenced off most of the outside area, except for they just forgot this one little spot. For some reason, I didn't know about this one for quite a long time. It was only the past 3 years or so that I've known about this one, which is surprising to me because I know so much about Skate 3. It's kind of a problem of how much I know about these skate.
Whatever you say, Vex, man, you rule, but whatever you say, dog. Ooh.
Out. Alright guys, what up, it's Cowplex here, and in this video I have basically just typed up the script which I've never done before. It's weird, and also there isn't any face cam. I'm just talking into a mic. So with this, I had this idea of talking about the evolution of Skate, which I actually got from a video from Ice Bears Forever. I think that's how you say his name. His channel's linked in the description if you want to check him out. And the video is as well, which I saw the inspiration from. So he did it with Tony Hawk's, and I'm going to do mine with Skate. So yeah, let's go. Before this video starts, if you don't know who I am and what I do play a lot of Skate games. I play Skate 3 mostly, and I am quite an OG. Like, look at this image here of me at the demo of Skate. That is me. This is me now with my image, and that's me there when I was like 8 years old. So if I do miss out on anything, I'm sorry. So let's get into it. Skate. What kicked off the Skate series? The developers at EA.
Chat, someone just like banged on my door really loud. Right. I don't know what it was. But our fucking neighbor. So this window is facing our driveway, right? So this way, right here, this way. They keep driving through our fucking yard to leave their driveway. So they got 4 cars in their driveway and a 5th car out in the fucking cul-de-sac. And the front 2 cars will just pull up and around and then drive through our yard down our driveway. Down through our whole front yard, dude. It pisses me off so much that I parked my car sideways out in my fucking driveway, dude. I should not have to do that shit. That is fucking ridiculous. Our neighbors are dog shit, bro. I fucking hate them. I hate those people next door, man. The ones that are adjacent to over here on this side that are attached to this wall are amazing. But the people in the next building over here in the next fucking house, they're fucking losers, man. Absolute fucking losers.
And the publishers of EA were looking for a new skateboarding game which could include the Flick It control system, so your analog stick can flick and it will perform the tricks on the screen. The Flick It system is basically you perform a certain pattern of a trick and it performs the trick as you would do on screen. This makes the game have a more realistic to it. Unlike Tony Hawk games where you would just press 2 buttons and you would try and do combos and perform different tricks and try and get a higher score, which is kind of unrealistic. Although I do love the Skate series, I also have a love for Tony Hawk games. Well, before they went shit. Robomodo. Anyway, back to what I was saying. Skate took place in San Van. However, did you know that EA Black Box was thinking, instead of San Van, they were thinking of a coastal city, which instead of using like the normal streets, which we're always familiar and used to, it had a football stadium and an occasional vert places here and there. Personally, I think they were just getting more, that was the hype of where FIFA was going, so they thought, let's implement football with everything, shall we? At the start of the game, you, as a skater, are filmed doing a line. Just as your skater does a BS board slide and lands in the middle of the road, he gets hit by a bus. After that, you're rushed to a hospital and need surgery. The surgery leads you to create and edit your skater. You get your first sponsorship after completing a demo at the Regs Park. After completing more and more challenges, you get noticed by companies and get sponsors. Eventually, you make it to the X Games and get Skater of the Year. As it's almost been 10 years since the game's been released, and also since new releases of the Skate series, the online services have been shut down for the first Skate game. Skate 2. After the success of Skate, the sequel Skate 2 was released in 2009. It took place in the same location, San Van. However, the maps were completely different. New features were added into the gameplay. You could get off your board and walk around for once. This allows you to be more mobile, so for example getting upstairs, or if you get stuck on something you can easily get off your board. This also allows you to move objects around the world and into a position where you can easily use them to trick off of. In Skate 2 there was also the release of being a female. This allowed you to play as a woman for a change, which I'm actually surprised they didn't put in Skate 1. Also, the skate.ea website was released. It allowed you to create graphics, put them onto your game, and put them onto your character.
That's sick. I didn't know
it
that.
allowed for creativity.
I think that's cool.
And also some weird shit to be put on there.
That's pretty
After being
sick.
thrown away for jail for 5 years, the start of the game has you coming out of jail, and everything has changed. There's been a massive earthquake, and Mongo Corp has guarded most of the landmarks which you use to escape. Through the game, you get contact, such as Big Black, who protects you from the Mongo Corp, some woman who drains pools for you, and some other crazy-ass dude who removes metal grind stoppers from rails and ledges. You complete challenges and get sponsorships just like the original Skate. Within Skate 2, it did bring some new glitches, such as when the new feature of getting on and off your board, it also came to the on and off speed glitch. Some sequels have been made for other consoles, which you might not know of. For example, there was Skate It for the Wii, as well as Skate It for iOS and DS. I personally never played these for the Wii or iOS. It did keep the same flick it controls, however it used the motion detection of the Wii. I never played it, so I never knew how accurate it was, but I believe that it wouldn't have been that accurate because it's not like an analog stick which can detect every precise movement. Unfortunately, the Skate It series died pretty quick as it wasn't as popular as it was on the PlayStation and Xbox. I guess it just wasn't
Obviously.
as entertaining as it was for the flick it controls on the analog sticks. It wasn't as precise, and the graphic quality was not as good as it was expected to be. Now we get onto my favourite game, Skate 3. Skate 3 is one of my personal favourites games to this day and all time.
Same.
Skate 3 was the first game I owned. I even have 3 copies of it. I have 3 because I broke 2 of the discs. One of the discs I had in my disc tray for so long that it didn't come out for 2 years. Yeah. Instead of Skate 3 taking place in the usual San Van, it moved over to Port Carverton. This location is not like San Van at all. Instead of the Mongo Corp, who keep taking you down, who keep telling you not to skate these places, it was a whole new experience. Skate 3 had a security guard who wanted you to skate these places, who actually gave you challenges to skate places.
Sorry, bro, you gotta come with something better than that. That's been done before, man.
Skate 3 also brought some new features in. It still had the same features as Skate 2, but the walking animation was made a lot easier from Skate 2 to Skate 3. It was less joggy and more slow to a more faster pace, which was easier to bear with. New features of Builder Park were added to the game, also known as Skate.Park, which allows you to have a basic map and build anything you wanted around it. You could add street, props, anything you wanted into one park, save it and share it with your friends. The Skate graphics creator was still up and supported for Skate 3. However, on Skate 3, this time you are allowed to adjust your graphics and move them around into a shape or a position where you like it. Other than Skate 2, which once you had your image created, that's it. You put it on your character and you can't change it or do anything you want to it. This changes also added some new glitches into the game. For example, you could get a small image and make it as big as you can to glitch out a graphic and fit across your whole entire skater. Another new feature was the dart catch. This allowed you to perform certain tricks, which allowed you to press RB or B afterwards, which then your skater would catch your board.
That's so
underneath
sick. I've
you
never
in
done the dart catch
position,
before.
ready to grind. You can do this by pressing RB or B for the Xbox, or R1 or circle for the PlayStation. Some of you may know that this game is filled with glitches, mostly used for entertainment value. However, these glitches, if you use them in a certain way, could be used to help you with certain tricks and certain speeds. For example, this clip here.
That's crazy looking, bro. What the fuck?
The new falling animation had been added into Skate 3. This allowed you to give you a little bit of time if you fell off a certain place to get on your board. This falling animation could be done whilst jumping by pressing RB. And with this, it also brought in a new glitch. If you press RB and Y after jumping after a certain time, it will make your board fly above you and spin it around your skater and underneath your feet. This allowed you to move like Sonic. Most of you might not know there's clans out there. For example, Ice Skating, XII, oh, and HC, this one on screen. After Skate 2, a certain time has passed. You've moved over to Port Carpenter. At the intro, you see your skater preparing to jump a shark. He jumps off the stadium at a higher height than what was expected. The skater gets so much speed that he jumps over the shark, misses the landing ramp, and passes out. Waking up and passing out again, Redder starts talking about the company. This then leads you to create your team as well as your own skater. Your end goal is to hit 1 million board sales, which you do by doing certain challenges and getting your brand out there. As you hit milestone after milestone, you can add new skaters to your team. Once you've hit 1 million board sales, you think that's it. However, you can complete online challenges to get more board sales and push your company further. As we know, that's it for the Skate series. No more releases since 2010.
Skate 4!
However, there's been people on Instagram, going on to EA's Instagram, going on to photos, and every single photo is filled with comments saying Skate 4, please make Skate 4. I did have high chances when I saw this. I thought that this was going to happen so much, but as each month, day, and second goes past, my hopes are dwindling down. There's nothing we can do. There's not much we can
Plants
do.
vs. Skate 4!
Unless something else
That's
happens,
funny.
we just have to wait.
Happy birthday, Skate 3. Skate 3 as of today has turned 10 years old, a whole decade. God damn! And to this day, I still remember putting that disc into my console on my old CRTV, and probably failing a lot as well because I was new to the game and I was just coming from the Tony Hawk era of just spamming buttons to get my tricks done. But knowing me, I wanted to just go to the highest place I can find to just throw myself off the building and then try and do the actual realistic skateboarding stuff later
Bro,
down the
I
line.
need to get this
But yeah,
right
I
now.
just want to say first things first that English is not really my forte. Although it's my native language, I can't read or speak, or I'm illiterate. I just can't do any of that. I'm not literate, I'm just dyslexic. So if the words don't make sense or not the best choice, please know I know. But besides all that,
Alright, you
let's get
twisted
into
my
the
leg,
life
chat.
of Skate
You
3.
twisted my legs and arms. I'm downloading Skate 3.
So the date is May 11th, 2010. The hype of Skate 2 has just been around about a year since it last came out, just over a year. And the fans came pouring over to Skate 3. And for me, back in that day, like, I didn't have Skate 3, I didn't have an Xbox 360, I was still on my PS2 in 2010, but I just received my brother's Xbox 360 after saving money from a paper round just to pay it off of him. 40 quid, I can still remember the price, and my first game I instantly went to get was Skate 2, because I wanted Hall of Meat, but then I realised, hang on a minute, Skate 3 has Hall of Meat, and it's just more up to date, so why don't I just buy it? And best choice of my life. So Skate 3 being the continuation of Skate 2, it has a lot more features and surprisingly actually a lot more removed content. Skate 3 launched into a brand new city called Port Carverton, moving away from the San Van Over, which we all loved so much. San Van was known for its mall-core, non-skate friendly environment, whereas they flipped it around 180 in Skate 3 and said, this is going to be the most friendly skate place ever. Which means there was no skate stoppers, there was no skate zones, no Mongo Corp. Everything was like a brand new start. Even the pedestrians would cheer you on as you did like a trick and just shout out and go, oh, that was sick. Hell, even the guy from the security who's meant to be making you stop skate is encouraging you to skate.
Oh, hang on. Sir, sorry, bro. You gotta come with something better than that. That's been done before, man.
New features were introduced into Skate 3 as well, such as new coach, Frank, which helped the newbies of Skate to learn all the basics, such as flicking the stick, what patterns there are to perform different tricks, different grab tricks, grinds, showing you all the different tutorials. And it also came with some on-screen guidance and help as well, such as the trick analyzer, which helped you with what tricks you pulled off, so you can see what if I need to flick it more this way, if I need to scoop more, as well as the manual meter, which I found very helpful when trying to learn how to do manuals. There was also new difficulties added to the game, so there was hardcore mode for those most experienced skate players looking for that most realistic, most unforgiving playstyle. The normal classic skate physics mode, so that it was just the normal like skate 2 height, so you have to pop your tricks a little bit more, and it's the classic way. And then easy mode, hey, no trick line. But easy mode was for those new beginners such as myself who wanted to have a little bit more comfortable experience playing the game, But easy mode allowed for more height, so you didn't have to hold your trick down. Flips as well, you didn't have to hold the trick until you've waited until you completed your full rotation. You could just hold the flip trick and let go whenever you want, and it will just complete the flip for you. And if you didn't have enough time to flip, it won't do it for you. Grinds as well on easier mode are so much easier to connect. It's much more magnetized for you to make it a lot easier to grind. But life as of Skate 3 has been an interesting one. Starting in 2010, there's been different modes which have always been played. There's always been the realistic style, there's always been the hippie flippers out there, shoutouts to you. This whole new style just got invented on the side. Trick lining. And oh, whoa, stop your comment. So starting out personally for Skate 3, I honestly didn't know how the analog stick worked. I came from the button mashing Tony Hawk scene, which is kind of, I think, the reason why I trick line, because it's just so unrealistic. I didn't know what I was doing, so I immediately hopped in, went to skate school, and played with Coach Frank. Not in that way, though. But I knew that flicking the stick down and up very fast would get me height. But I wanted to learn how to do the tricks, like the double kicks, the new underflips which were added into the game, dart catches. Ooh, we'll get to those later down the line. All this new stuff from adding to the game just because I only learned how to play the game or what it was just from playing it from friends' houses. So around the 2010 era is where I think the game was just, of course, it just came out in May. It was still fresh. It was undiscovered in some way. Not everyone knew its potential. People were still learning and innovating at that point. I remember looking back at it now, people didn't know how to do a full dart catch 360 at that time, and people didn't know how to flick out. People were double tapping. People already knew that doing either 360 hard flip dart catch 360s or nollie 360 wind heel dart catch 360s will get you the most amount of points. And that's what I believe got trick lining started. That first person who did a nollie 360 hard flip dart catch 360, I just said 360 twice, it got trick lining started. I can see that was at the point where we started to think, this is a new way to play the game. Hippie flips were immediately a thing. I remember googling those as well. Like YouTube back in the day of like learning that late shove it hippie flips were a thing now. Dart catch hippie flips were a brand new thing, and most people were absolutely crazy doing them. As well as backflip, not Christ air hippie flips, because it's a whole new mechanic. It was like they built the engine from ground up in a year in Skate 3. Even looking back at it now, I looked at some of the like promotion material on YouTube, and most of them look like the Skate 2 characters in the Skate 3 world, and like the physics and all that. Like, even sometimes the world wasn't even rendered. Realistic got taken to this whole new world as well with the new hardcore mode. Although, yeah, you could do realistic on normal mode, but it wouldn't look as clean as you'd be in the air for too long, and it wasn't as good as like low pops. But new things could be added, and please forgive me for my skate talk, because of course I don't know what's happened in the last like 5 years. My brain just gone dead with all that. But sex change, 720 flips. I think that's a 720 flip. Please forgive me if I'm wrong. Just call me a trick line in the comment section below. It's fine, I understand. The intentions behind Skate 3 were so good. So if we go a little bit back, just before Skate 3 got released, we get to the Skate 3 demo. And my god, the demo. The demo had so many glitches in the game, which were found instantly. The FS360 pop shove it glitch. The kickflip glitch, which will get you under the ground. Even getting out of bounds in the demo was easy. And boy, that would not be the last of the glitches. So moving on to about 2010 and 2011 era, going into mid 2011 to maybe even 12. Graphics creator was up. It was beautiful. I absolutely loved it. One of my absolute best features in the game was the graphics creator. That thing was beautiful. It was like Photoshop, but for your character. And boy, you better know we found a glitch that you can get your grip tape customized. And not only that, you can get it realistic as well. I remember looking up a YouTube tutorial before I even got Skate 3 and just being in awe that you could put a black box in the middle of your screen, send that graphic to your game, and then get 3 other graphics and just swap them over, and next thing you know, you've got a glitch shirt, a glitch skateboard, a glitch hat. And that's the style for a long time. It's just colors glitched across the whole entire shirt. It was beautiful. It was
pretty cool.
Fantastic. And this is how I actually found YouTube as well, is because I was searching Skate 3 so much, and I even woke up early before getting ready to go to school in the morning, just so I can spend an hour watching YouTube videos of Skate 3. I was addicted. It got me addicted, and I'm still am to this day. I don't get up that early though. I love my sleep. It was like endless creativity, really, wasn't it? It was just you had tricks to do whatever you wanted to do. You had customization, so much so that you could create your own clothes. But it wasn't intended to do that though. But it was never patched. Because I don't think they didn't want to. I think they actually enjoyed that you had the freedom to do this. However, some glitches were patched pretty soon on. The FS360 pop shove it glitch, rest in peace. Not for long though. The kickflip glitch, that did die unfortunately. I think those were the only 2 glitches patched in that game. There may have been some more underlining ones, very minor, bug fixes and all that, but nope. That was it. Just those 2 glitches. That literally, you come online and then there's going to be everyone just doing bounces up in the air. It's beautiful. It's just flat ground and they're flying up into the air. Skate 3 Online as well, teams, going back to that, was just fantastic. It was just, they were popping off. You can see the content they were uploading on your Xbox. But if you go on YouTube as well, you can also see the teams which are out there going absolutely crazy. We had the best at the time. We had Underclass, rest in peace. Where people were trying to create their own team channels as well. God, I remember being in a fanboy, the best one. Jesus fucking Christ. And we'll just show awesome clips. It could be realistic players, there was hippie flippers, you name it. We were there. Right, okay. Yeah, trickliners were there. I feel like in the 2012 scene, we popped off hard. 2012 to 2016 was insane for trickliners. New discoveries were found on how to actually seatbelt 360, which I'm not too sure who found this first or who did what. I think it's Truflunkers, I think they were called, because Truflunker was the first person who found them. The full 360 dot catch into a manual was found, which helped trickline scene so much, but not only that, it improved comp so bad. Oh my god, what is that? What is that? I like it, but what is that? It would only go up from here, you know? It would only go up from here. Finding more glitches throughout the game as well, throughout the years. There's a glitch for speed. If you need speed, don't worry. You've got a cannibal speed glitch for that. You want that? Oh, you want to go faster than a cannibal?
I want to play skate now. I'm literally extracting Skate 3 right now, chat.
smell like some southern smoke up in this motherfucker.
There's a dark cloud over my head. Still counting money till the day I'm dead. For being nice, but you heard what I said. We're southern boys, baby, don't you forget. Locked up 2022. I don't care, but what's the point? I can never be what you want. Look at tough, but you act real soft. If you're gonna shoot the show, then don't play it off. Money on my mind, all the fucking time. Better think twice before you roll the dice. We hear you talking shit, you're still a little.
Fuck. I don't know how this one's gonna run though. No, Skate 2. Skate 2 works for the most part.
You're doing pretty good there, Benny. Keep at it, buddy. Hey, you over there. Get over here. All right, I'm gonna give you a little tour. Follow me. Come on, keep up.
Turn off the music. I'm right here, bitch. Shut the fuck up.
What I tell tell you, that was a fun little line, right? All right, so here we are. Let's see you get... All right, let's make some magic. That was sick. All right, pick the one you want. Damn, Ledgeland. We're good to go. Yo, that was buttery.
Fuck that up. I fucked that one up, chat.
Yo, check this out.
Yo, Shingo, what's up, you rat? What are you doing out here?
Oh, Retta. I'm just out here to...
All right, I'm gonna take you one more place, and Shingo, make sure you get it all right? Yo, that was buttery.
Oh, that would have been sick.
Look at this. Good stuff, good stuff, good stuff. Yo, check this spot out.
Damn, Shingo. This is good. Yo, check this out. Why don't you do all the filming for us while I run the brand? I'm gonna give you this camera, but first let me just tell you a couple of pointers. Number one, don't talk too much. People don't like that.
Okay.
Number two, be very careful with this camera. This is the camera they filmed the Lakai video on.
Uh-huh.
Number three, don't touch the camera with sticky candy hands.
Okay.
And the most important thing, don't talk too much. Got it?
Yeah,
Didn't I say don't talk? And you're talking. This ain't the last you're gonna hear of me. I'm gonna be keeping tabs on you guys.
Hey, check it out. This place is...
Yeah, fuck off.
You remember how to move stuff around, right? If you...
I don't. But that's okay.
You're good to go. All right, go grab that dumpster, and don't worry, it's lighter than it looks. Okay, that should be good. Now get some speed and bust your magic over it. Alright, that was sick. But we can do more, and I mean like so much more. Dude. It's always good to start with the base. Alright, it's time to play with the park editor. Let's finish that fun box and then hit it up. Yep, that's the one. Now move that ramp into position. Yeah, dude, that was sick.
Yeah, dude, that was
so much more to
sick.
do with Park Editor. I mean, we're really just scratching the surface here. You should really check it out. See what I'm saying, dude? You can do all of this with just the Park Editor.
I like the black and white. They wanted the color one.
Oh, check it out.
Oh, it's the Silent Assassin, still not talking.
Oh. Huh, that was pretty cool.
Yeah, things are falling out of the sky. There's so much stuff here to skate. This place is off the charts.
Whoa, check that out.
Even the security guards skate. That was tight. Yo, I gotta break out. I got some biz to handle, so I'll see y'all later.
Later, Tiba. So, yeah, hit us up if you ever want to shoot anything. How's it going, man?
Everything's in like slow motion right now for some reason. I don't know why. It's at 30 frames per second, bro. Why is it moving like this? What? It's moving in slow motion. It feels so weird. It's like it's getting slower and slower. I need to save this. I don't want to have to do that all again. $1,000 daggers.
This woman on screen holds true stories like you wouldn't believe. She's been dubbed the most evil woman in the history of mankind. With both the appearance and profession of a full-time abbess, Miriam Solacutus deceived everyone around her for decades. Her main reasons? Money and power. By the end of her reign, Miriam Solacutus would be arrested and known as the nun serial killer. This is no horror movie script. This is unfortunately a very real story.
Marina Solacutu was born in 1883 in Greece. Belonging to an impoverished family, she didn't have much to look forward to. So she continued to work at her family farm. Despite her humble background, Marina had high aspirations. She dreamt of a life of wealth and power. Some accounts suggest that Marina worked at a factory to earn daily wages for her family. It's easy to imagine what kind of life Marina was living before she became a nun. Waking up at dawn and having a simple breakfast, or maybe no breakfast at all, depending upon the availability of food in the house. Working on the farm could not have been fun for a teenage girl. Getting a job at a factory would not have made things any easier. However, she did not lose her grit, or better yet, the rigor to become a formidable personality. Since Marina didn't have many prospects for earning, she chose the one path that could help her make her dreams come true. She decided to become a nun and join the old Calandrus Church. Matthew Carpathakis was the head monk of the Calandrus Church when Marina was 23 years old. The meeting took place when Matthew was having trouble accepting the tenets of the old Calandrus Church. He was completely alienated from the teachings of the old church and decided to start a new convent. As luck would have it, Marina joined Matthew when he started his sect, called the New Calandrus Church, and Marina Solacutu became Miriam Solacutus. Who would know that the woman who took the pure name of Miriam would soon wreak havoc on the lives of the very people who followed and believed in the church? Of course, no one could predict what would become of the New Calandrus Church when Miriam took over, but the signs were not good. Miriam rose through the church ranks and soon became a confidant of the Archbishop Matthew of Viresnum. When Matthew entered into a conflict with the old Calandrus Church, Miriam was by his side. They laid the foundation of the Panagia Fefkuno-Gotrisu Monastery, or the Convent of the Virgin, in the Pines in 1927, located between the town of Kirtea and the rural villages of Karke, Thulasa. Matthew had been planning to set up his own monastery for the last few years, and Miriam helped to get him access to the land. She came into an additional 7 acres of land, and later that year, she acquired 2 more plots of land. No one knows how she was able to secure so much property. The Greek author Nila Koulataki writes, having reviewed long, sympathetic, Matthewite histories of the monastery, there is no legal explanation as to how the nuns acquired the money to make these expensive property purchases. The official announcement made by Matthew at the unveiling of the monastery was to honor the presentation of the Virgin Mary. However, the true reason for building the monastery was to gather funds desperately needed to support the old Calandrus movement. Both Miriam and Matthew were tactful in hiding their true intentions when they started this new convent. They were the face of honesty, integrity, and faith for the very people who were innocent enough to believe in them. Faith was indeed the driving force for the believers of the Calandrus movement. Of course, the movement would have continued to thrive if its proponents were as devoted as they seemed to be. Things might not have taken such a dark turn if Miriam had the same faith as those around her. She would not have resorted to violence extortion, and outright blackmail if she held on to her own faith. Building a monastery is not an easy task, especially when you have limited funds. The fact that Miriam and Matthew were able to build a monastery from scratch seemed miraculous, not to say the least. None of the founding nuns came from money, so how did they collect all the church resources? The mysterious funding had a gruesome truth at its core, which would soon come to the surface. The Convent of the Virgin in Pine was advertised as a healing center for tuberculosis, or TB. The monastery was built at a high altitude, and since there wasn't a cure for TB at the time, people who did not have the means to get medical treatment came to the monastery as a safe haven. People started to come to the monastery in throngs so they could heal themselves, and Miriam welcomed them with pleasure. Although there was no particular medical facility available at the monastery, people were excited to venture into the fold of this new sect. Miriam would settle multiple patients into a single room. She would not let any doctors visit the patients unless they had to sign a death certificate.
Missing my Breath
This
of the Wild
negligent
cartridge.
practice would have gone unnoticed if Miriam had not started another gruesome practice at her monastery. Meanwhile, Miriam was enjoying the spotlight of the new Calandrus church. Archbishop Matthew was already aging when the monastery was built, reaching the age of 66,
Wild cartridge is
while
missing.
Miriam was in the prime of her youth.
It was right here.
She saw how Matthew ran the activities of the monastery.
Oh, God.
She had to take over some of the responsibilities when Matthew was taken to prison. After he came back, he continued on a spiritual journey as a Hiro monk. He would do 40-day fasts and stay in isolation to get close to God. While Matthew was going through his spiritual journey with heavy metal chains tied around his waist, his apprentice decided to put others under duress. Little did Matthew know that the sweet-looking Miriam would turn out to be a tyrant in his own monastery. When Matthew was on his deathbed, Archbishop Chrysostomos of Florina came to visit him. The Archbishop wanted to bury the hatchet and possibly end the division in the Calandrus church. Before Matthew could try to say anything to Chrysostomos, Miriam barged into the room with all the nuns and told them to leave. We can only speculate how the healing of the division would have came about. We can never know what kind of effects it would have had on the future of the Calandrus church, as Miriam had snuffed out all hope for an agreement. Archbishop Matthew's health had started to decline in 1939, and Miriam was now in charge of the monastery. By this point in Matthew's life, he was only a shadow of his former self. He had to rely on Miriam to make important decisions, and soon left everything under her supervision. After waiting for 11 years, Miriam was finally given the title of Mother of Miriam of Kiratea. Her lifelong ambition of gaining control was complete. She was the abbess of the Fef Kunogo Trisa Monastery. She would wear the Greek-style cloth head covering, a black veil that covered her forehead and eyebrows. This piece of clerical clothing was only worn by high-ranking Eastern Orthodox nuns. She had decided to gather as much wealth as she could. She did not care what method she had to use to get the job done. It's hard to pinpoint exactly when Miriam descended into murderous wrath. However, it is evident that she started her ascetic practices soon after she became an abbess. Her strong character had evolved into a formidable force. She wanted to amass as much wealth for her monastery as she could. When the news of Miriam's activities was made public, she was named Mother Rasputin by the media. Donating to charity may seem like the most humane thing a person can do, but what if that donation is based on fear? That is exactly what Miriam did.
That's fucked.
Her crimes went far beyond the suspicions of illegal imports that she was first convicted of. She had destroyed a number of lives by trying to treat patients suffering from TB. With many people suffering from isolation and pain, Marianne was involved in hundreds of negligent homicides. She collected millions of dollars worth of property in the names of girls' dowries. She could first trap a wealthy family by promising them salvation. If they did not agree, she would tie them up in her basement and torture them until they succumbed to her wishes. She would lock people up until they died of starvation. Nobody knows exactly how many people were doomed to the fate obtained by the abbess of the monastery, but a total of 27 murders were estimated by the Greek police.
Holy fuck.
Mr. and Mrs. Becca were devout followers of the Calandrus Church. They were impressed by the courage shown by the Archbishop Matthew and his monastery. Mrs. Becca's theological bent toward the church led her to studying
Diablo 3
with Mariam Solocutus.
at the top. What the
Alas,
fuck?
she was not aware of the horrendous practices of the so-called abbess. She had already pledged her whole property to the church, but when she realized that Mariam was resorting to violence to get her way, she tried to leave with her 2 children. Mariam couldn't bear to lose such a golden opportunity and locked Mrs. Becca in a cell. Mrs. Becca was forced to live in a cell where patients with TB had died. She would wail and cry out for help, but no one could hear her pleas. Since the monastery was on top of a mountain, it proved to be the perfect dungeon for Mariam's diabolical plans. She would only allow a few mouthfuls of food to be given to the imprisoned Mrs. Becca. When Mariam decided to release Mrs. Becca, the woman was a mere shell of her former self. She fell into a coma, and Mariam did not do anything to help the woman. Instead, she let Mrs. Becca rot and die in the prison she called a monastery. Mr. Becca was also placed in isolation until he fell ill and succumbed to a lonely and painful death. Imagine visiting a monastery to get spiritual enlightenment and then coming back with nothing but an empty bank account. Unfortunately, the next victims, Mr. and Mrs. Panna Yadapolio, were not lucky enough to get away with their lives or their home. Mariam told them that they would be cleared of all their sins if they joined her. Instead, she held them hostage and starved them until they put their property in Mariam's name. Mariam was not one to leave loose threads and decided that it would be best if the Panayotopoulios would leave this world once and for all. Getting a TB diagnosis was a death sentence in the early 1900s. Doctors could only lessen the patient's pain as they had no cure. Miss Mikalaku received her death sentence when she was told she had TB. When she heard the convent of the Virgin was offering treatment for her disease, she was overjoyed. When she arrived at the monastery, she was expecting some type of spiritual treatment. She was horrified when the nuns took her to a cell and left her there. She wasn't given any medicines and was only fed a few tiny meals. Soon, Miss Mikalakus began to get weaker. She suffered the same fate as many others under Miriam's ruthless supervision.
That's fucked.
She died alone and in agony, without a single loved one by her side. Not everyone living under Miriam's rule was happy with the way she conducted her business. Sister Theodote tried to speak out against the abbess's cruel method, but Miriam was not one to take this lightly. She accused Sister Theodote of misconduct and ordered that the nuns should be beaten as a punishment. The rest of the nuns had no choice but to follow the orders. They beat Sister Theodote until she suffered an internal hemorrhage.
Jesus.
She died on the spot because of the intense beating and had paid her penance for disagreeing with the abbess. Anyone who tried to stand against Mother Rasputin would face her wrath. Sister Maria also spoke out against Marianne and was punished with a ruthless beating. When she arrived at the hospital, she was injured beyond recognition. She had internal bleeding, with her vital organs damaged. The doctors tried to save her life, but no form of medical treatment can compensate for the brutality meted out by Mariam Solocutus. Sister Maria took her last breath and was finally released from the clutches of the Calandrous Church. The Calandrous Church denied
I want a game,
that
but I don't know
Miriam
what to play right
Solitutus
now.
had anything to do.
What do we play? Toxic culture of baby mamas.
Finally, I'm getting the soundproof pads in here so that there will be no reverb or echo anymore. We're getting internet on Wednesday. And finally, today's news looks a little bit more positive than yesterday. By the way, just in case it blows your mind, yesterday's video was actually recorded the day before and posted the day before. But being that I'm uploading on my phone's hotspot right now, it took about 8 hours to upload, and I'm uploading this right now at 10 a.m. So I really hope that we can get this out on time. I can't wait to get internet, man. This hotspot stuff is not doing it. So if you guys want to win this Valkyrie Heirloom Prestige skin, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and comment down below. I've decided to basically, you know, delay it a little bit just because I've been gone for so long, and I want to make sure that, you know, we have ample time to get into it. And also, the event should be ending next Tuesday, and we're going to be giving it away Saturday instead of tomorrow. So you still got plenty of time to enter if you guys are interested. Without further ado, let's go ahead and dive right into the video. This probably will be a little bit of a shorter one, but like I said earlier in the video, a very, very exciting one, a happy one, and very, very good news as well. So first off, I wanted to make mention that we kind of knew this was coming for the longest time. Actually, I think even last season, we thought it was going to happen in season 17, but of course it didn't. We thought about a charge rifle nerf, but we didn't know exactly what it was going to be. Well, Apex decided to release this little bit of a teaser about a Project Railgun, and for internal use only, do not share outside Vincent dynamics, and basically insinuating that this charge rifle is going to have some adjustments. And so obviously people were getting pretty excited about this. iLoot Games had kind of called this for quite some time and was actually dropping a little bit more of details over on his personal Twitter page as well, where he said, "Rip the charge rifle, you will not be missed." By the way, this skin looks really sick. I don't know if that's out already or not, but it is really good. And then also Nathaniel Sadie said it's getting a buff, because a lot of people, I told you guys to be aware of this because people had told me to be aware of this. There was some leaks going around from some other, you know, quote internal leakers or whatever. I've heard that a lot of that stuff was fake, and that's why I said I wasn't showing all of the leaks that this person had done in the past. But basically they had said, you know, the word is charge rifle is getting a nerf, but it's actually going to get a buff. And so I wasn't really sure if that was true at all. So that's why I said be aware of those leaks and stuff. It does seem like that was not accurate. Remember yesterday we said sometimes I think Respawn may purposely be leaking stuff because there's just no way that they make the same mistake over and over and over like this. Respawn accidentally leaked a brand new feature that is coming into the game, and honestly it may make your game run a little bit smoother. I'm actually excited about that. Crowrindo had actually pointed this out and said Respawn accidentally leaked an upcoming feature which is called volumetric fog. Volumetric fog controls whether fog is simulated with lighting, and turning this off will reduce your GPU load, which in turn is going to give you a little bit.
Well, that's 3 months ago. That probably didn't happen at all, bro. I would have known about it. Like Matty Balls. What is he doing?
Over the years, we have seen many rappers successfully switch genres, making an album in a completely different style. A lot of these rappers have done so very successfully and have been well received. However, there are a select few that haven't, and when they failed pretty hard. So today we are going to be looking into rappers who switched genres and then failed, starting off with Lil Wayne. Also, real quickly, I just need to say something. I'm going to alter the footage so the 12-year-olds out there can understand. Just because you don't like Machine Gun Kelly does not mean he failed when he switched to his emo rock. I don't like his music either, but he pulls in crazy numbers.
Yeah, he did not fail.
Do not comment that he failed. So now that we got that out of the way, let's continue with the video. The year is 2009, and Lil Wayne had just recently released his iconic album, The Carter 3. He was a decade and 5 studio albums into his career and had already seen a ton of success. Wayne had released tons of mixtapes and sold millions of copies of his albums. He was actually putting out so much music that people criticized him, with 50 Cent saying, "A whore sleeps with whoever will pay him, so we gotta call him a whore if he'll just go with whoever pay him to be on their records." Regardless, by the time he released The Carter 3, he was a pretty big deal. But after he released it, he rose to new levels. The Carter 3 was heavily anticipated, especially because of the success of its predecessors, and it was also highly anticipated because one of Wayne's DJs actually leaked a lot of the original songs, leading Wayne to just release them on an EP called The Leak and remake a lot of the songs for The Carter 3. The leaks the fans heard and all of the drama surrounding the album just helped build hype for the project. So when The Carter 3 released in 2008, it was extremely successful, selling over 1 million copies in its first week. In the first day alone, he sold 432,000 copies. The album won 3 Grammys, 1 for Best Rap Album, 1 for Best Rap Performance, and 1 for Best Rap Song. Critics loved the album as well, with Rolling Stone putting it on their 500 Greatest Albums of All Time list, and Billboard putting it on their Top 200 Albums of the Decade list. By 2020, The Carter 3 was certified 6 times platinum. Lil Wayne was on top of the world, with a lot of people considering him the greatest rapper at the time. So I'm sure you can imagine how much of a surprise it was for people when, after rapping his ass off for almost a decade and releasing one of the most successful albums of the 2000s, Lil Wayne followed up with a rock album. Producers Cool and Dre said that following the more experimental song Phone Home on The Carter 3, they thought that Wayne could explore different sounds, which opened up the possibility of a rock album. Wayne had foreshadowed a rock album before, as he was a huge fan of the genre, and he said in particular he really liked Nirvana. He'd also collaborated with Weezer on the song Can't Stop Partying right before the release of his rock album. Still, understandably so, people were shocked at the complete genre change that Lil Wayne did. It didn't help that Lil Wayne himself said the album was originally going to be leftover songs from the Carter 3 studio sessions. Even some of the producers that worked with him on the project, Infamous and Drew Correa, were shocked. Correa said, "We thought he was joking," and Infamous said, "There were rumors Wayne was working on a rock album, but I assumed it was just 808 drums with guitars on it. But that night when we worked on the track, Wayne said that he wanted lots of drums, bass, and guitars. Drew started to add organs and Wayne said no. That's when I realized it was going to be a real rock album." Lil Wayne said in an interview with Billboard, "I don't want people to think I'm trying to do something I can't do. Don't think you're going to put the album on and hear me screaming and singing." He went on to say that he has no limits on this album and that he's just having fun. So after releasing the singles Prom Queen, On Fire, and Drop the World, he released the album Rebirth in February of 2010. The only hip-hop track on the album was Drop the World with Eminem, which was a very successful song. The rest of the album, however, was received very poorly. It did alright commercially, selling 176,000 copies first week, although I'm gonna assume that most people were just checking it out because it was Lil Wayne, and they probably weren't giving it too many more spins. In comparison to his previous album's million first week sales, it wasn't great. I listened to the album and I can't say it was that good. I could see why maybe if you're a Lil Wayne fan you enjoyed it, but critics absolutely tore this album apart with tons of negative reviews from every single outlet, and to this day it's his worst reviewed album. Anthony Fantano even put it on his 15 worst albums of the 2010s list.
Lil Wayne with Rebirth, which should not have been a birth at all, really should have been an abortion.
Rebirth also resulted in this infamous guitar solo from Lil Wayne. The guitar solo wasn't great, with one of the top comments being, "I come back here when I feel like quitting the guitar." And although this album was received very poorly and most people didn't really enjoy it, he bounced back almost immediately the next year when he released The Carter 4, selling nearly 1 million copies first week. So it's clear that after Rebirth was sandwiched in between 2 albums from his The Carter series, that Lil Wayne's attempt at rock and roll wasn't too successful. However, on the flip side, even though this album wasn't very successful, a lot of people argue that it did open doors for many artists to come. It's no secret that Lil Wayne is a huge influence to rappers nowadays, with popular artists like Lil Uzi Vert, who just ventured into rock on their latest album, saying that Lil Wayne is one of their biggest influences.
I learned Lil Wayne. I wanted to be Lil Wayne. I would talk when I was younger, girls would say I look like Lil Wayne, so I would run with that.
Another artist that was influenced by Wayne was Trippie Redd. So just because Rebirth didn't go over so well, Wayne has inspired an entire generation of rappers who want to experiment with other genres. This is actually the argument that Complex made recently to suggest that Rebirth was a good album, although I think most people would disagree with that. And even though Rebirth didn't go over so well, Lil Wayne said himself he was just having fun, and that's all that matters at the end of the day. In 2019, Logic released his book Supermarket, which actually made him the first rapper to have a New York Times #1 best-selling book. But the issue wasn't that he dove into the genre of literature, it was the accompanying soundtrack that dove into the genres of rock and pop. In 2019, Logic wasn't in the best spot of his career. He had been under a lot of scrutiny and was going to be under even more following his next 2 projects. Logic has always been scrutinized in the rap game for his biracialness and how often he would pull inspiration from his influences. However, he still did have some talent and made some pretty good albums like Under Pressure, The Incredible True Story, and others. Logic made himself much more easy to hate after releasing the album Everybody in 2017, which contained tons of lines about his biracialness and just plenty of other corny stuff. Before releasing the album, Logic said, "It's about me being black and white, seeing life from 2 different sides." It was his most successful album and gave him his biggest song to date, 1-800, a song about mental illness. But this song was also subject to much criticism for being bland despite having a good message. On top of that, many people viewed it as corny, which didn't help Logic's image. Then in 2018, after tons of people were making fun of Logic for how often he brings up being biracial, he finally snapped on the remix of Royce da 5'9's song Caterpillar. Halfway through his verse, all of which he just spent rapping about how he wants to be a good person and promote equality, he kind of just stops rapping and starts talking.
It's so great being a white rapper. White, everything.
Honestly, I feel pretty bad for Royce when Logic turned this in, because if he put it on the song, he probably didn't want to be mean and say, no, this isn't good, but it just had to have been so awkward. So Royce released it, and it was terrible, and it became a huge meme. On top of that track, Logic released 2 more albums that both contain some fairly mediocre lyrics and lackluster music compared to what Logic is capable of. But in 2019, Logic would make it a million times easier to hate on him. Like I said, Logic released his book Supermarket in early 2019, and it was accompanied with a rock/pop soundtrack. The book, from what I've seen online, was alright, but the soundtrack wasn't great. To be very real with you guys, I personally didn't mind this project all that much, but critics tore Logic a new one in their reviews. As Paige Stern from WRBB Radio says, the musician's work, which is usually considered rap, takes a complete 180 as he turns over to producing post-1960s boy band love song sounds. To get an idea of the sound, he had production on 2 tracks from Mac DeMarco and explored pop rock and synth rock and all sorts of other sounds. A lot of critics said Logic couldn't sing, and they also critique how he seemingly copies artists like Mac DeMarco, Red Hot Chili Peppers, and does a lame Tribe Called Quest interpolation and a Just a Friend interpolation. On top of that, the lyrical content wasn't great. It follows this story of some guy who's in love with this girl who works at a supermarket, and it comes off pretty weird. Like on the title track where he says, "I'm a weirdo, I'm a freak, I wish I could watch you when you sleep. I knew you before you knew me, holy shit, I am a creep. I come to your job just to buy some shit I don't need." Pitchfork even said, "Supermarket is a painful journey across guitar music over the past 5 decades and makes Lil Wayne's Rebirth look well thought out in comparison." Rolling Stone doubled down on that sentiment, saying, "It has more in common with Lil Wayne's Rebirth and Kid Cudi's Speed and Bullet to Heaven, both disastrous rock experiments carried out by established rappers that today serve as cautionary tales." YouTube critics like Sean C. tore this album apart as well.
Keep getting album after album after album, and they've just progressively gotten worse and worse and worse until we come to 2019, where he's dropped 2 of the worst albums in the same year.
Anthony Fantano also included this album on his worst albums of the 2010s list.
You know, some albums really make you sit there and reflect, God, what was he thinking? Just like this one. God, what was he thinking?
Supermarket peaked at number 56 on the Billboard 200 and sold about 12,000 copies first week, which is pretty poor in comparison to his previous album, Young Sinatra 4, which debuted at 2 on the Billboard charts and sold 122,000 copies first week. To be entirely fair to Logic, it was a soundtrack that was accompanying his book, so it wasn't promoted as much as a regular album would be. Following Supermarket, Logic continued to dig a deeper hole for himself in his career, especially with the release of the album Confessions of a Dangerous Mind that same year. It was regarded as one of Logic's worst albums, if not his worst. I'm pretty sure that and Supermarket are neck and neck for that title. Even with all of that hate that Confessions garnered, it still sold 80,000 copies first week, which is about 7 times more than what Supermarket sold. So it's pretty obvious that Logic's venture into rock music wasn't too successful. In January of 2011, Kid Cudi took to Twitter to announce that he was releasing a rock album called Wizard, alongside his close friend and collaborator Dot Genius. After a year of teasing, promo, and announcing a tour, Kid Cudi and Dot Genius released their rock album Wizard in February of 2012. The album debuted at number 3 on the Billboard 200 charts, sold 66,000 copies first week, and debuted on both the rock album and alternative albums charts as number 1. For Kid Cudi's first venture into rock music, it was fairly successful. However, it would foreshadow something much worse. You have to remember that in 2012, when Cudi released Wizard, he was coming off of one of the biggest peaks of his career. He had worked with Kanye on 808s and Heartbreak, released his hit single Day and Night, and had also released his classic album Man on the Moon 1. He was headlining festivals, collaborating with big artists, and working with large brands. So it makes sense as to why he was able to experiment with sounds like he did on Wizard and still get support from his fans. However, by 2015, Cudi was in a rough place. 5 years prior, he released Man on the Moon 2, so fans were patiently waiting for the third installment. He had been teasing it for years, but ended up releasing multiple albums before it. Cudi also said that his 2015 album, Satellite Flight: The Journey to Mother Moon, would be a prelude to the third Man on the Moon album. So when he said he was going to drop yet another album before that, fans were pretty disappointed. He was also dealing with a lot of mental health issues which caused him to fall into drug use. So he made an album about it and released it in December of 2015. And that album was called Speedin' Bullet to Heaven. This album was, like Wizard, a full-on rock album. However, unlike Wizard and a couple of songs on Satellite Flight, Speedin' Bullet to Heaven wasn't as good, wasn't well received, didn't do well commercially, and had extremely dark lyrics. Cudi himself has said that Speeding Bullet to Heaven was a cry for help. I was literally screaming out to the world that I was hurting deeply and just wanted so badly to be understood. Unfortunately though, his screams didn't sound too good and it was poorly reviewed by critics. Complex said, Speeding Bullet to Heaven is raw, grating, and at times unpleasant to listen to. This is for a few reasons. The music was alright, but Cudi sounded awkward on a handful of songs, and because of the terribly dark lyrics throughout the album, it was really awkward for the majority of people to listen to. Oh, and there were these really annoying Beavis and Butthead skits throughout the entire project. I get why he put it in there because it like ties into his life in certain ways, but it's pretty annoying to hear frequently throughout the album. It was even weirder when Beavis didn't like the songs and a narrator had to tell him why he should like them in defense of Cudi, as if Cudi was preparing the listener to not like the songs and then having to explain to them why they should like it. Another critic for Pitchfork said, while his diehard fans await his long-delayed Man on the Moon 3, Kid Cudi opted instead to release a 90-minute double-disc rock album. Unfiltered, unpolished, and uncomfortable, this album is a failure and not even a noble one. And I think that is a good summary of the album. The A-side was 18 tracks, and the B-side was 8 extra tracks full of demos and outtakes, which were even worse than the main album. Also, I gotta say, the album cover sucks. And the majority of his fans were not fans of this album.
Oh my god. No, I can't do it anymore. I can't do it anymore. I can't do it. This is the end of the fucking reaction video. I'm coming to my final verdict right now. I don't even need to listen to the rest of this shit.
Speedin' Bullet to Heaven debuted at 36 on the Billboard 200 and sold about 20,000 copies first week, which was much worse compared to his first rock project, Wizard. Every album he released following this one has performed way better. On the flip side though, a lot of artists like A$AP Rocky, Erykah Badu, and Kanye West all said that they liked it, so I guess that's a good thing. And to be entirely fair to Cudi, it probably wasn't meant to be a commercial success or anything like that, since it was such a raw album coming from a real dark place, but since then he has not done any more rock albums. The weird thing about this album is that it has gained a small but mighty cult following over the years of people who defend this album as Cudi was being very raw and real on the project. However, those fans are in the minority. Speeding Bullet to Heaven overall is a commercial and critical failure, but this didn't ruin Cudi's career or anything, as a few years later he would drop one of his best albums ever with Kanye West, and he would drop more great music following that. To be honest, no one in this video has ruined their careers by experimenting with other genres. All of them are still to this day successful, except for this next guy. To be fair to Vanilla Ice, he was destined for failure whether or not he remained in rap. If you guys don't remember Vanilla Ice, he's the guy who made Ice Ice Baby. Ice Ice Baby was a huge hit in the early 90s and it also generated a ton of controversy. It was one of his earliest songs, featured on his debut album from 1989, so he didn't have much of a foundation for his extreme success. It was actually the first hip-hop song to reach #1 on the Billboard charts, and there was a lot of controversy surrounding the song as he did sample Queen's Under Pressure, and the song relied heavily on that sample as Vanilla Ice didn't really bring much else to the table. Queen and David Bowie weren't even credited for the sample, so it made a lot of people angry. For a brief period of time, he even tried denying the fact that it was a sample.
We sampled them from him, but it's not the same bass line. Like it goes ding 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 ding
ding ding ding ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. That's the way theirs goes. Ours goes ding 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 ding. Ding 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 ding.
However, it was catchy and commercially appealing, so he did get a lot of attention. Vanilla Ice followed up the success of Ice Ice Baby with his major label debut album, To the Extreme. It became the fastest selling hip hop album of all time, spent 16 weeks at #1 on the Billboard 200, and sold over 10 million copies. Vanilla Ice's success out of the gate was crazy, but there were a lot of underlying issues. A lot of people saw Vanilla Ice as more of a novelty act rather than an actual rapper. Eminem even said that when he first heard Ice Ice Baby, he didn't want to rap anymore. A lot of rap fans also probably felt like he was a fraud, as he was seeing all of the success as a mediocre white rapper, likely viewing him as a culture vulture. People grew tired of Vanilla Ice quickly, and plenty of people already didn't like him, so he began to fall off. The next album he released was Mind Blowin', which absolutely flopped compared to his last album. It didn't chart, and it only sold 42,000 copies. Vanilla Ice himself even blamed this on the fact that he went too mainstream, doing movies and making poppier songs rather than his more underground style of rap. Regardless, he was in a rough spot. It's possible that Vanilla Ice thought he could find a new fan base in a new genre, so he attempted to make a metal album. He teamed up with the producer Ross Robinson, who had worked with bands like Korn, Slipknot, and Limp Bizkit, and they began working on a metal album. A lot of people were very surprised he was doing this, understandably so. Some people probably weren't aware that he was also a member of the band Pickin' Scabs for a brief period of time, but it didn't work out too well, so he left. Anyways, Vanilla Ice and Ross Robinson kept working and released the album Hard to Swallow in October of 1998. It was influenced by a very dark period in his life that involved heavy drug use, similar to Kid Cudi's Speedin' Bullet to Heaven. Also, like Cudi, he wanted to express himself in a way that he didn't think he couldn't rap, so he made a rock album. I've listened to the album and I don't think it was that great. His vocals were okay on some of the songs and some of the music was solid, but it seemed like no one was interested in even checking out a Vanilla Ice new metal album. The album failed to chart and sold a few more copies than his previous flop, but nothing noteworthy. Critics didn't like the album either, with it landing on a couple worst album of all time lists and on the AV Club's list of the least essential albums of the 90s. The most successful song on this album was Too Cold, which was just a rock remake of his song Ice Ice Baby. After this, he was dropped from his label, didn't work with Robinson again, and the greater metal community stayed away from him. But it wasn't a complete failure. My theory that he wanted a new fan base proved to be true, and it did work a little bit. He was able to go tour and get a slightly different fan base, although it was still pretty small. Vanilla Ice even said, "Now my crowd is the body piercing and tattoo crowd." So to be honest, in my opinion, I don't think that the failure of this album was really because of the quality of the music. I think it was more so just because people didn't care about Vanilla Ice anymore. In 2001, he tried another rap rock album called Bipolar, which again flopped and was mocked by critics. A sales rep for Sony even said that the sales for Bipolar were not bad for Vanilla Ice. The most success that Vanilla Ice has seen after Ice Ice Baby is getting a stand named after him in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. It's like the third thing that pops up on Google when you type his name in. So like everyone else on this list, the genre switch did not work out for Vanilla Ice in the long run. But yeah, I hope you guys did enjoy this video. If you did, please make sure to leave a like down below. I had to listen to all of these bad albums and they weren't good. So because I put myself through that, I think I deserve a like. Thank you guys for watching. I really appreciate it. Hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys next time.
For YouTubers?
Journalism is an exceptionally perilous endeavor in certain regions of the world, and Mexico stands out as a particularly dangerous place for journalists. The risks associated with media-related activities in Mexico are alarmingly high, as powerful drug cartels vehemently oppose the exposure of their illicit activities to the public eye. This hostile environment has led to tragic outcomes for several YouTubers, whom cartels believed were a problem. Their stories serve as chilling reminders of the hazards faced by those who challenge the status quo and endeavor to uncover the hidden realities of Mexico's criminal underbelly. The sacrifices made by these fallen journalists highlight the pressing need for greater protection of press freedom and the pursuit of justice. Their untimely deaths serve as poignant symbols of a larger issue plaguing Mexico, an environment where powerful cartels exert control, perpetrate violence with impunity, and create a pervasive climate of fear that suppresses people's voices. Juan Luis Lagunas Rosales. Popularly known as El Pirata de Culiacan, which translates to the Pirate of Culiacan, Juan was a famous YouTuber who gained notoriety in Mexico. He was born in the Mexican state of Sinaloa, specifically in a small town called Villa Juarez, located in the municipality of Navolato. It's worth noting that Navolato is situated southwest of Badiraguato, the hometown of the infamous drug lord Joaquin El Chapo Guzman. Juan's life was marked by adversity from an early age. Without knowing his father, and his mother, who hardly worked, left him under the care of his grandmother when he was just a child. As he narrated, at the age of 15, he decided to leave his hometown, abandoning his high school education, and moved to the neighboring municipality of Culiacan in search of a means to make a living. To sustain himself, he took up the job of washing cars. However, it was during this period that Juan's relationship with alcohol took a troubling turn. Despite being underage, he began heavily indulging in alcoholic beverages. This behavior earned him the nickname that would soon become synonymous with his online persona, El Pirata de Culiacan, or the Pirate of Culiacan. His YouTube videos depicted him guzzling whiskey and beer to excess, often leading to him passing out from excessive intoxication. Remarkably, despite his young age, Juan's online presence skyrocketed. By the time he was merely 17 years old, he had amassed over 1 million followers on Facebook and 300,000 followers on Instagram. He had become a true social media star. It was quite unexpected that so many people would be captivated by the spectacle of an underage teenager consuming copious amounts of alcohol. Juan's youthful appearance, coupled with his belligerent and clownish behavior, proved to be an entertaining combination for his audience. His fame even extended to being featured in music videos, further solidifying his status as a cultural phenomenon and the envy of many teens his age. On Instagram, Juan unabashedly shared pictures of himself posing with large guns, surrounded by scantily clad women, and flaunting luxury cars. It was a lifestyle that seemed incongruous with his age, yet it attracted a significant following, with many eager to witness his audacious exploits. Despite his aspirations of becoming a musician, Juan found himself catapulted into the realm of Mexican regional fame through an unexpected avenue. His notoriety hinged solely on his consumption of blackout amounts of alcohol, to the point where he would inevitably pass out and collapse. While this may not have been the career path he initially envisioned, it became the foundation of his public persona. At the age of 15, Juan achieved viral fame with his video titled El de la Red Label, or The One with the Red Label. This video showcased his indulgence in a bottle of whiskey, capturing both the act of drinking and its aftermath. For Juan, this video marked a significant turning point in his career, as he transformed his penchant for inebriation into a recognizable brand. Although he had other odd jobs during this time, such as washing dishes and cars, he yearned for a different kind of life. Gradually, Juan realized that his controversial behavior resonated with internet users, propelling him toward newfound popularity. It was during this period that he formed a friendship with Beto Sierra, a prominent influencer in the Mexican regional scene. Beto was well versed in the intricacies of online platforms, possessing the ability to navigate social media networks with ease. He possessed a natural rapport with audiences, and their connection was palpable. Together, Juan and Beto forged a formidable partnership, leveraging their combined talents to captivate online audiences. Beto's guidance and experience helped Juan navigate the intricacies of the digital landscape.
I know this dude went off on
his
video
content and further establish
about the
his
cartel,
online
and then
presence.
they murdered him.
Their collaboration proved fruitful, resonating with the public and fostering a loyal following. As Juan's popularity soared, he began to branch out beyond his viral videos, exploring opportunities in other media realms. The allure of his audacious persona, coupled with his growing network within the Mexican regional scene, opened doors to new ventures. It was a testament to the power of the internet and its ability to transform individuals with unconventional talents into bona fide public figures. Like a drug trafficker, Juan the Pirate commissioned a corrido in his name that was performed by Ultimo Escuadron, and in it he is described as crazy and accelerated, who with his wrapped gun walks where he wants. There are many plebitas, women, left over. The song explains that he has several enemies, whom he challenges even if they look at him small. To build his reputation as a pirate, Juan started making his own merchandise, like caps with his name, and even started a hashtag just like that. He often posed with weapons he guaranteed were borrowed for the photo shoot, and was also seen in the company of scantily dressed women. He got tattoos and drew a beard on his chin in an attempt to look older than his actual age. For Juan, it was all a show, a game, but soon this show would bring about dire consequences. Unfortunately, in 2017, this young star's life came to an abrupt and violent end. Juan shared a video in which he insulted one of Mexico's most dangerous drug lords, El Mencho, who is currently the most wanted man in Mexico, with a $10 million bounty on his head. El Mencho has built a reputation where he controlled people by threatening them, and his cartel, the Jalisco New Generation Cartel, was known for their brutality. The Jalisco New Generation Cartel, or CJNG, is one of the fastest rising drug cartels in Mexico, operating in several Mexican states and forging underworld ties around the globe. The CJNG has been linked to thousands of murders, most of which have been traced specifically to their leader, El Mencho, who is reportedly a former police officer. Juan had made a mistake by insulting El Mencho, one that would prove to be fatal. In the video, Juan was noted to have said, "El Mencho a mí me pela la verga," a phrase that loosely translates to "suck my and it was aimed directly at El Mencho. The video was shared online and quickly went viral. Not too long after that, Juan was partying at a bar in Jalisco when a group of armed individuals stormed in and fired at the 17-year-old star. It was reported that Juan suffered at least 15 bullet wounds when he was attacked. He was identified by the pirate and tiger tattoos on his arm. Prior to his death, Juan admitted his behavior was sometimes excessive.
I know, right?
Radio host Pepe Garza. People ask me, how do you do it?
That's why I was saying I was talking
so
shit to somebody on YouTube. I was talking shit to somebody on the Ectoplasm video album, where they said like these Taiwanese guys, blah 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 blah. Dude, I was like, you're a fucking moron, and then it got removed. Someone reported it.
I just laugh. I say, I don't know how I do it. He added, but they're right. Sometimes I go too far. He really went far with that one. So far that it cost him his life. Mexican newspaper periódico Supremo wrote about the video that may have resulted in Lagunas Rosales' death. Así firmó su trato de muerte, which translates to, thus he signed his deal of death. Despite the fact that he took his drinking and insults too far, Juan's death points to the larger issue of rampant violence in Mexico. The year Juan died was known as one of the deadliest years in Mexico on record. The country averaged some 69 murders a day. Beto Sierra, an Instagram star, remembered his friend Laguna as cheerful and encouraged him to drink less. On his Instagram, Sierra wrote, "He told me that he wanted to change, but on the weekend, there was no lack of bad influences. You were living a fast life. You never listened, and I don't judge you. Those who knew you were a good person." Leslie Ann Pamela Montenegro. Going by the on-screen name Nana Pelucas, Leslie Ann Pamela Montenegro is another YouTube star to have had a fatal run-in with a cartel. Apparently, she was shot to death because she had revealed information about the cartels in some of her content. Leslie was a passionate vlogger and journalist and enjoyed posting daily vlogs, tutorials of makeup, and political commentary videos. The name of her channel was El Sillon Show. Leslie later became known for her big curly black wig, red lipstick, and glasses, which was a look she took on when playing the role of an exaggerated character called Nana Pelucas. She was rather eccentric, often visiting supermarkets in the neighborhood in the character of Nana Pelucas to interact with the locals who really enjoyed her company. Before long, she was famous. Soon enough, Leslie started using the character of Nana Pelucas in her political videos and was known to criticize and expose corrupt government officials in Acapulco. Despite the videos being really informational, she conveyed her messages with a humorous take. Now, as you know, the repercussions for insulting or annoying politicians or cartels in Mexico can turn out to be deadly. Freedom of speech or free press is something most Mexicans can only dream of. These things are highly suppressed in order to prevent certain information from becoming common knowledge. Going public with such information can come at the cost of one's life. Since the year 2000, about 145 journalists have been killed in Mexico. Before long, Leslie drew the attention of the independent cartel of Acapulco. This was when things began to spiral out of control. She began receiving death threats, and banners with messages accusing her of working against the cartel were posted close to the restaurant she owned. Her response was that of denial, claiming she had no association with cartels whatsoever, and also stating that the information on her channel was reliable and honest. In 2018, while Leslie was working a night shift at her restaurant, two guys walked into the restaurant. They ordered 2 beers before opening fire at Leslie, shooting her 3 times in the head. Eventually, one of the individuals responsible for the heinous crime against Leslie was apprehended. This sicario, known by the nickname El Pipas, was affiliated with the independent cartel of Acapulco. However, a shocking turn of events unfolded when the case reached the courtroom. Despite the presence of compelling evidence against El Pipas, the judge presiding over the trial dismissed the charges, citing an alleged lack of sufficient evidence. This outcome shed light on a distressing reality. Judges and law enforcement officials often succumb to bribery or threats, allowing cartels to operate with impunity. It is through this web of corruption that Leslie's killers continue to evade justice. Acapulco, the city where this tragedy occurred, faced its own set of challenges. In 2016, it held the grim distinction of being the second most dangerous city in the world. The United States authorities even issued a do not travel warning for the area. This city, once known for its relative tranquility and popularity among tourists, had fallen prey to the grip of violence and insecurity. It was against this backdrop that Leslie's murder unfolded mere months after the tragic death of the Pirate of Culiacan, further underscoring the larger issue of suppressing freedom of speech. In Mexico, there exists a palpable fear surrounding the public discussion of certain topics, particularly those that may attract the attention of cartels.
I've never heard of that.
Beyond the
I've
threat
heard
posed
before,
by
though.
organized crime, even criticism of political figures carries inherent risks. Leslie must have been acutely aware of these dangers, yet she remained steadfast in her pursuit of truth. Her commitment to journalism was unwavering, even in the face of grave personal risk. Sadly, Leslie's story serves as a stark reminder that politicians were not the primary threat she faced. In Mexico, cartels wield an iron fist, exerting control over vast stretches of the country. Their influence permeates every facet of society, making it incredibly challenging for individuals to live in peace and safety. The tragedy of Leslie's murder reflects the pervasive atmosphere of violence and lawlessness that plagues Mexican communities under cartel rule. The tale of Leslie and countless others like her highlights the urgent need for systemic change in Mexico. Efforts to combat corruption, strengthen the rule of law, and safeguard freedom of expression are paramount. The fight against organized crime requires a collective effort from society, law enforcement agencies, and the government. Only through unwavering determination and a commitment to justice can the cycle of violence be broken and the voices of the oppressed be heard. Leslie's legacy lives on as a reminder of the importance of a free and fearless press. Her unwavering dedication to her craft serves as an inspiration for journalists around the world who continue to expose corruption, shine a light on injustice, and strive for a more just and transparent society. The battle for a safer Mexico, where truth prevails over silence and accountability triumphs over impunity, remains an ongoing struggle, one that demands the unwavering commitment of individuals and institutions alike. El Compa Jorge. What a show, my people. Happy start to the week for everyone. We are over the holidays for which we were able to have a vacation, and now we are... Here I come to account for the banks to see how much line there is. Plebes blessings. Nice day for all. These were the words of Jorge in a video he uploaded around 1 o'clock in the afternoon. About 45 minutes after announcing his itinerary, Compa Jorge was mercilessly gunned down outside his home on Gilberto Owen Street, between Juan Ruiz de Alarcon and Jose Vasconcelos streets, a site that is 2 blocks from the 9th military zone of Culiacan. Jorge started his channel by posting simple vlogs and storytime videos. After a while, he stuck to a niche and began releasing content centered around expensive cars and his personal UTV collection. In the city of Culiacan, where Jorge is from, a flashy lifestyle with flashy cars could attract all sorts of attention, including the wrong ones. Cartels are known not just for silencing the media, but for kidnapping and extortion, among others. In 2021, Jorge recounted a particularly terrifying ordeal, one where he was kidnapped by some cartel members.
Porque les voy a platicar una anécdota que me pasó, pues les voy a platicar más o menos la historia de cómo me levantaron aquí en Culiacán, please.
It was an experience that left him traumatized and had a significant impact on his mental health. According to Jorge, he spent several months without going out because he was still afraid of what or who might have been waiting for him outside. Even stopping at a red light was enough to put him on edge. In the video, he went down memory lane and even drove back to the place where he'd been kidnapped, despite feeling uneasy about it. According to Jorge, he found himself in a rather unfortunate and harrowing situation one evening. He had been out with a friend when an unexpected turn of events unfolded. His friend requested that Jorge give some mutual acquaintances a ride home, and being the amiable person he was, Jorge happily agreed to help. As Jorge drove, he began to feel a sense of unease. He had consumed a few drinks earlier in the evening, and now he felt the urge to vomit and relieve himself urgently. Realizing he couldn't wait any longer, he pulled over and stepped out of the car to attend to his bodily needs. However, in a twist of fate, as Jorge stood there vulnerable and preoccupied, another vehicle approached him. To his dismay, a man emerged from the car, wielding a rifle, and claimed to be working for the state. Before Jorge could comprehend what was happening, he found himself being robbed of his 2 phones. But that wasn't the end of his ordeal. Forcibly taken into the car, Jorge's hands were tied,
This is nuts.
and a blindfold covered his eyes. The captor began interrogating him, demanding to know the source of his income. In response, Jorge truthfully mentioned that he owned a tortilla shop. However, the men found it hard to believe that someone in such a seemingly modest business could afford the nice car Jorge was driving. Their suspicion grew, and they insisted that Jorge was involved with a cartel. To further cement their belief, the captors increased the volume of the music playing in the car. The lyrics referred to a notorious cartel boss named Julio Beltran, who had recently met his demise. Unbelievably, Jorge shared the same last name as the deceased cartel leader. The coincidence was striking, especially considering that both Jorge's license plate and Julio Beltran hailed from Durango. Jorge vehemently denied any association with the cartel, knowing that his life depended on convincing the captors of his innocence. However, his captors were initially unreceptive to his explanations. In fact, they subjected him to both verbal and physical threats. One of the men would alternately strike George's head with the barrel of a pistol or caress it, while ominously toying with the safety mechanism, underscoring the fact that he possessed the power to end Jorge's life. As the situation seemed dire and hope began to fade, Jorge made a desperate plea to his captors. He implored them that if they intended to kill him, they should at least leave his body in a place where his family could find him. Surprisingly, this heartfelt plea seemed to strike a chord with the kidnappers. Perhaps feeling a trace of empathy or realizing the gravity of their actions, they made the remarkable decision to set Jorge free. The captors untied Jorge's hands and removed the blindfold. They gave him a simple instruction to wait approximately 5 minutes after hearing their car depart before removing the blindfold and making his escape. It was a small act of mercy that allowed George to regain his freedom. Months after uploading the video detailing his ordeal at the hands of kidnappers, Jorge uploaded a storytime video where he talked about the time he unknowingly spoke to one of El Chapo's sons. People have speculated that the video caught the attention of opposing cartel organizations. His channel was successful and amassed numerous views per post, but all that success would be short-lived. On the 18th of April, 2022, Jorge was leaving his home after posting a video talking about his plans for the day when a vehicle carrying armed individuals pulled up in front of his house. El Compa Jorge was shot multiple times before the culprit sped off. Emergency personnel arrived at the site to attend to Jorge, and while he was being transferred to a rehabilitation clinic, he died in the ambulance. People have questioned his decision to remain in the state or country after his encounter with kidnappers, saying it was a bad idea to even return to the crime scene and shoot a video there. Perhaps there is some merit to what these people were saying, as kidnap victims in Mexico don't often walk away unscathed, or with their lives for that matter. Maybe he really should have relocated. His killers are still free, and the murder remains unsolved. Super Chinelo.
That's
wild. In the vibrant town of Ixtapaluca, Mexico, there lived a passionate YouTuber named Ruben Ortega, known online as Super Chinelo. Ruben had a deep affection for his hometown's rich traditions and cultural dances, which he tirelessly promoted through his online platform. Often donning a distinctive red mask, he would eagerly live stream events and festivities within his community. It was through these endeavors that Ruben endeared himself to the locals, becoming a beloved figure in the town he held dear. Although his channel had a modest following, his subscribers were incredibly supportive of his endeavors, embracing his commitment to showcasing the beauty of their shared heritage. The abrupt and violent nature of Ruben's untimely demise sent shockwaves through Ixtapaluca. On the fateful day of August 31st, 2022, as Ruben returned home with his wife and 4-year-old son, they were ambushed by a group of armed assailants lying in wait. Without warning, the attackers unleashed a hail of bullets upon Ruben, tragically ending his life and leaving his wife injured. The young child, traumatized by the harrowing scene, witnessed the heart-wrenching murder of his father before his innocent eyes. The motive behind Ruben's brutal killing remains shrouded in uncertainty, but some speculate that his previous social media posts, in which he fearlessly criticized corrupt Mexican political organizations, may have played a role in the events that led to his tragic fate. News of Ruben's shocking murder spread rapidly across social media, conveyed through a solemn message posted on his official Facebook page. The post confirmed the devastating news, stating, "Unfortunately, it's all true. Friend and colleague Ruben Ortega has passed away. Thank you all for your support." The loss of Super Chinelo reverberated deeply within the hearts of those who admired him, for he had dedicated himself to promoting the essence of Mexican culture and celebrating its intrinsic value. Even his chosen on-screen moniker, Super Chinelo, was derived from a traditional Mexican dance originating from Tlayacapan in the state of Morelos.
That's
which
fucking
held a special
wild,
place.
man. Can't do nothing these days.
Clowns are meant to make you laugh and bring happiness to your face, but how would you feel if you see a clown on a deserted road staring at you with a sinister smile? Creepy, right? Now, what if I told you such clowns exist in real life?
Hey! What are you doing? He's coming.
For over 10 years, the Jalisco New Generation Cartel, or CJNG, led by a killer clown, has been spreading fear throughout Mexico, and now they have an army of evil clowns who terrify rival cartel members to death and film their horrific deeds. In Mexico, clowns have always been a special part of their culture and social life. However, things took a strange turn when reports of clown sightings started in the United States in 2016. Suddenly, it seemed like everywhere you went, there were people dressed up as clowns lurking around towns and cities. Funnily enough, at the same time this was happening, this strange trend was being mirrored in Mexico, where similar stories began circulating about clowns appearing late at night in public spaces. But this trend wasn't ordinary. Soon enough, reports of menacing clowns carrying big guns began to surface. This is the story of Fabian Urbino Morales, also known as El Payaso, who began his journey as an ordinary party clown, bringing joy to both children and adults under the circus tent. Through his dedicated work in the circus, he earned the nickname El Payaso, which translates to the clown in Spanish. But then, something unusual happened. He became a member of one of Mexico's most notorious cartels, the CJNG. What added a disturbing twist to his actions is that he even dressed up in his clown outfit to carry out murders on behalf of the CJNG.
I won't be able to do it
His
today
targets
because I have to set it up
rival cartel members, but he didn't stop there. He also killed police officers and innocent people purely for his own twisted pleasure. What makes it even more disturbing is that he, along with his group of killer clowns, recorded their horrifying actions. They laugh in a deranged manner while observing the lifeless bodies of their victims. In the circus, he amused others through tricks, but here the game turned on its head as he tortured others to amuse himself. No one knows where he was born and where he came from, and what happened to him in his childhood that made him such a psychopathic assassin. The only information we got about him was his brother El Jaguar, a former member of the Delta group of the CJNG and a former military man who helped Morales get into this business of cartels. El Payaso was living a normal life, performing in the circus and other functions till he started selling clown suits to get weapons. He sold everything he owned except the clown mask he used as his distinctive identity among those cartels he worked for. Initially, he started working under his brother's command in Los Deltas as he was lieutenant and gave access to Fabian to get into this business. Later, Fabian joined Los Metros Cartel, a smaller fraction of the Gulf Cartel.
I just have to,
soon, he formed a whole
the last
gang
time
of
I did that,
clowns in
I
the
had to like
cartel
set
that
up
wore
all
the
my
same
keybinds and
horrifying
like
mask
figure
killed other
out
cartel
settings and
members,
stuff, and it
most
took
bizarrely.
fucking hours. When I did it for a different mobile game. But I'll do it. I'll get it done, and I'll let you know when I have it done.
Methods to kill cartel
and I know it works,
like using chemicals
for sure.
to burn their bodies, putting them in chemicals, or cutting their parts into several
you already
pieces.
sold me, bro.
Filming
I'll
the
do it with you.
victims while torturing
Don't
them
worry.
was fun for him and his henchmen. At the same time, a cartel named Jalisco New Generation Cartel, the CJNG, got famous, and its leader recruited the cruelest and worst people in the world. El Mencho, whose real name is Nemesio Oseguera Cervantes, was said leader. He is a Mexican drug lord and leader of CJN, one of Mexico's most powerful criminal organizations. El Mencho was born on July 17, 1966, in the small town of Aguililla, located in the western state of Michoacán. He grew up in poverty and sought out criminal endeavors at an early age. He was reportedly involved in drug trafficking as early as the 1990s before rising to power within the CJN organization. Hard times in early life led to him dropping out of school. Soon, he moved to America illegally, from where he was deported back to Mexico, as he was involved in several criminal activities. After moving back to Mexico, he started working for the Milenio Cartel. His notoriety and sensational acts of violence made him more cruel and heartless, helping him to
get
climb
some
to
water
a
in my
higher
other
ranking
energy
cartel over a short span. Later, he joined the Los Matazetas cartel, which was named Jalisco New Generation Cartel, the CJNG. It is believed that El Mencho assumed control of the CJNG cartel in 2010, following the death of its founder, Ignacio Coronel Villarreal. Under El Mencho's leadership, the CJNG become one of Mexico's most powerful drug cartels, extending operations into the United States, South America, and Europe. They are known for their ruthless tactics, including torture, beheadings, and mass killings.
The latest cartel target, Mexico's military. the Jalisco New Generation cartel took the fight to the next level, shooting down a military helicopter with a rocket-propelled grenade.
So far, we can say that Jalisco New Generation is enemy number one of President Enrique Peña Nieto's government.
El Mencho introduced several heavy weapons in the cartel by taking the arming to the next level. Assault rifles and heavy machine guns were normally used by them. Even in a few videos, they showcased the 50 caliber sniper rifle.
These gunmen call themselves the Elite Group and pledge allegiance to El Mencho. They're armed with assault rifles with grenade launchers attached to the barrel, heavy machine guns, and also this gun. This is a 50 caliber sniper rifle. It's a powerful weapon that the CJNG loves to show off.
It became the second most dangerous cartel in the country after the Sinaloa cartel. Their hitmen got proper training for killing, doing their own sting operations on their rivals and killing police officers. Even their training session was one of the toughest, just like the military. They operate on both sides of the border, responsible for taking several lives. Their activities got to the next level when they shot at a military helicopter with a rocket-propelled grenade. After this incident, El Mencho gained a notorious reputation, with a $10 million bounty on his head from the United States government. Despite this, he has managed to evade capture and continues to operate his criminal enterprise. He is often described as a highly intelligent and strategic leader, able to maintain his followers' loyalty through intimidation and reward. Rivals were increasing, and the loyal men on El Mencho's side were not enough, so he decided to engulf Fabian Morales and his gang into his cartel and encouraged them to wear masks while performing their ruthless activities. Even the whole Los Metros cartel was engulfed into CJN, bringing all the henchmen of Fabian together. Fabian became one of the most trusted men of El Mencho. Morales and his henchmen grew up so quickly in the cartel, they eventually formed a cell inside the organization.
I can't find the breast of a wild card for it was here.
And got the position of lieutenant. Morales used to film people while torturing them to threaten the other cartels. He climbed up to the higher ranks as a commander in CJNG, a man who ended his freedom of life by joining cartels, showcasing weapons on social media, and killing other cartel members. Different cartels used to kill their rivals to send a threatening message: don't mess with us. But the oddest and most ruthless way of killing was used by this man, Fabian Morales. In 2010, Morales became a real-life monster in Mexico who killed rivals just for fun. He continued this shocking criminal wave for 10 years. When
Like
at
7
last,
minutes in,
January...
if I can't get past 7 minutes of a 25-minute video, dude, and I'm bored, I'm gone, bro.
And no, I'm not bald. See, like, look, I got hair. Shaders do not work well with this. I actually recently watched the videos Kane Pixels made on the Backrooms, his little series. It's not even little, it's insane what he's been doing. Okay, it's just a box. Block Fortress. I remember playing this map all the time when I was younger. This was probably my favorite battle mode map. This is a mess. It's not too bad, but it's a little bit too crowded. Am I crazy to say I like my hair like this? It's super emo. It's enough for this map. It's a bit of a mess. Kind of cool to have all these ideas all in one, but it's a bit too crowded, I would say. And no, I'm not bald. See, like...
As violent as Eminem is, his alter ego Slim Shady was used to show his even darker and angrier side. Slim Shady was actually created because of his group D12, also known as the Dirty Dozen. The group had 6 members, and to get to that 12, each of them decided to create an alter ego, which I didn't know for a long time, so I think that's pretty cool. Fun fact, Royce da 5'9", Eminem, and D12 were the people that really got me into rap. I was in like 7th grade listening to him on Pandora. If you're not familiar with them, make sure to check them out. As violent as Eminem is, his alter ego...
I was at Floyd Money Mayweather's house right before he fought Conor McGregor. And I don't consider that a boxing match because Conor McGregor wasn't no damn boxer. UFC champion, well, he wasn't a boxer. Fine, but I still listen. Floyd Mayweather looks me in my face and he says, I'm gonna take him out about the 8th or 9th round. And I said, your hand's always broken. You ain't known for your punching power since you moved up from lightweight to welterweight. Why are you so sure you're gonna do this? He says, Stephen A, if he's a striker, says, I'm gonna walk right into him and stay in his chest. He's gonna have to push me off in order to throw his punches. He said he's gonna be circling the ring. He said by around 4 or 5, he's not gonna have any legs. He's gonna be done. He said, and I'll just toy with him and keep him around until around the 8th or the 9th round. And that is exactly what Floyd Money Mayweather did. He told me exactly what he was gonna do.
Be honest, how good does my body look right now, Andrew? I tried a Japanese worker sleep pod located in the middle of a busy train station in Tokyo.
I like how these are set up.
Oh,
Whoa! Okay, so we progressively go up in the all right, watch this. I'm gonna do it first try. Oh! Yeah, I'm nice.
Rest in peace, Dre, man. I'm gonna test this switchy out.
This is a perfect example of what not to fucking do with your firearm and make yourself look like an idiot trying to be cool on social media. This is why people like myself have the opinion we do about people that unironically carry switches. They completely disregard the safety of others while looking like morons in the process. And all of you honest gun owners out there that are getting harassed by your government, you could thank idiots like this for making you look bad.
I graduated because you could get the win.
The current F1 champion, Max.
You want beef? Okay, cool. This was the days you go to a crib.
Do you regret co-signing Tekashi 69 as the king of New York?
Nah, I am not gang gang.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I am not gang gang.
What do you think was his biggest downfall?
No, I think that what happened is he stumbled over being, like he was going from set to set. Right, like with different packs of guys that are actively involved. And while doing that, like with the momentum of the music and not making a separation because he was right where he was from, still being there, he was coming in contact with everything and making these relationships, and he realized they would go. Like if you say you're gonna give them the money, they're going. Like it's gonna happen. If you're paying, you drop the money off, they're gonna do it. So that was making him feel confident enough even to tell people from LA, culturally where it's grown from. You know what I'm saying? And they said you need to check in. He said I ain't checking nowhere. Because you know he got the money right here, big, that if I drop it off, it's definitely gonna be a response to what he's saying.
Do you regret co-signing Tekashi 69 as the king of New York?
Nah, I am not gang gang. You know what I'm saying? I am not gang gang.
What do you think was his biggest downfall?
No, I think that what happened is he stumbled over being, like he was
Who's gaming? Ain't nobody on the Xbox app. Ain't nobody on Discord. It's sad. It's sad, man. Everybody's got jobs on these days. If I had known that Kyle wanted to play Call of Duty on mobile, I would have had it ready on my PC. But no, he wanted to tell me in the middle of the stream. It's literally a fucking baby. Dude, like, YouTube is such a fucking crazy landscape of just dog shit. I don't think Atosi's posted anything new. No. What did I ever watch on this? What the fuck? There's nothing on here that looks good except for this. I did not subscribe because of that. There's no fucking way. I don't know what that was. Weirdo shit, man. Fascinating horror.
On the 30th of October 1981, a film that had been 11 years in the making was finally released. Raw, a comic adventure story set in an African nature reserve, was a commercial failure, taking at the box office only a tiny fraction of what it had cost to make. This incredible flop was a bitter pill to swallow for the filmmakers, who had not only spent more than a decade of their lives working on Raw, but had also endured numerous injuries, animal attacks, and near-death moments during one of the most chaotic film shoots in history. Raw was the brainchild of a married couple, Noel Marshall, an agent and director, and Tippi Hedren, a model and actress. While Hedren was working in Africa, the pair took a trip to a game preserve in Mozambique, where they were shown an abandoned farmhouse into which a pride of lions had moved. This extraordinary sight left a significant impression on both of them. As Hedren later said, it was an amazing thing to see. The lions were sitting in the windows, they were going in and out of the doors, they were sitting on the verandas, they were on top of the Portuguese house, and they were in the front of the house. It was such a unique thing to see, and we thought, for a movie, let us use the great cats as our stars. This idea was one that stuck with them.
My car's
Both
sideways.
were passionate about the preservation of wildlife, and thought that a film which prominently featured big cats would not only be a hit with audiences, but would also deliver an important message about conservation. After discussing the idea with their family members, Marshall penned a script. The story was relatively simple. A zoologist living on a wildlife reserve in Tanzania invites his family to stay, but due to a misunderstanding they arrive while he is away, and experience a series of close encounters with various wild animals. Marshall gave it the working title, Lions, Lions, and More Lions. It was an accurate title, with the first draft featuring around 40 big cats.
Jesus!
This number of trained animals would be difficult to find, and so the couple began secretly raising lion cubs at their home. As these cubs grew in size, they attracted attention from neighbors, and the couple was soon ordered to remove them to a more appropriate location. They purchased land in a desert-like area of Los Angeles County, California,
That's funny
and
shit,
paid
bro.
for the construction of a house to be used as the set for their film, as well as a small studio and facilities to care for the animals they intended to feature. The initial estimate of 40 big cats was soon forgotten. Over the course of several years, the family adopted more than 100 big cats, including lions, tigers, panthers, cougars, jaguars, and leopards. They also took on 2 elephants and numerous birds. Given the varied menagerie they had built up, the title of the film was changed from Lions, Lions, and More Lions to simply Raw. Housing, feeding, and providing the high standard of care that both Marshall and Hedren aspired to for all these animals wasn't cheap. Marshall had managed to attract a number of foreign investors, but even so, the family were forced to sell many of their properties, land, and possessions, and rely on relatives for much of the work involved in making the film. No lead actor who was willing to work so closely with so many dangerous animals could be found, and so Marshall took on the role himself. Meanwhile, his production company went bankrupt, and both Marshall and Hedren poured huge quantities of their own money into keeping the production afloat. It wasn't just the animals that were costly. Filming was also incredibly expensive. Multiple cameras were used, with the crew sometimes filming all day in order to capture something that might be usable in the finished film. Animals had to be trained for weeks or months before certain scenes, and it was only possible to film for about half the year before the changing seasons made the set unconvincing as a wildlife reserve in Africa. This shouldn't have been a problem, as production was originally slated to take just 6 months. But as time went on, the production schedule stretched out to a year, then 2 years, then finally 5 years spent filming. During this time, the cast and crew suffered numerous injuries.
Can you
with,
imagine?
by some estimates, half of all the people who worked on Raw sustaining some injury in the process. Bites from the big cats were common. Though they had been trained, it was still difficult to control a large number of lions and tigers, particularly when filming scenes where the animals were supposed to appear aggressive or excited. Marshall was bitten so severely that it was initially thought he would lose his arm, but later he made a full recovery. A cinematographer was scalped by a lion, requiring over 200 stitches. Hedren's daughter, Melanie Griffiths, was bitten on the head and required extensive medical treatment to save her injured eye. The assistant director was attacked by a lion, leaving him with injuries that were described at the time as near fatal, and which almost resulted in him losing an ear. Meanwhile, Hedren was injured while filming a scene with one of the elephants, which seized her by the leg and then dropped her to the ground, fracturing her ankle.
Jesus.
The same elephant had also, earlier, knocked a trainer into a tree,
This is insane.
resulting in a broken shoulder. Both Marshall and Hedren also suffered blood poisoning and gangrene as a result of their injuries, significantly lengthening their recovery process and further delaying the completion of the film. With the number of injuries mounting, many crew members decided that they did not feel safe and left the production. On the 9th of February 1978, heavy rain led to a flood that destroyed most of the set, stranded 4 crew members, destroyed much of the film and filmmaking equipment, and also allowed 15 animals to escape. 3 of these animals were, unfortunately, shot by law enforcement before they could be recaptured. The flood, the animal escape, and the multitude of injuries added years to a production that should have taken only months. At a total cost of almost $17 million, the film was finished and released worldwide in 1981. Although there had been numerous close calls and many serious injuries, no member of the cast or crew had been killed during production. After more than a decade of hard work, the critical response to the film was lukewarm. It performed well in Germany and Japan, but gained little traction elsewhere in the world. Critics applauded the film's message about conservation, but were unimpressed by the production values, the confusing plot, and the uneven pacing of the finished product. One thing the film did have, however, was realism. Several sequences where actors had been injured were included in the finished film, if only because it would have been too hazardous to reshoot them. All in all, the film made around $2 million.
Oh my God.
A problematically small sum, given that Marshall and Hedren had been relying on the proceeds from the film to fund the retirement of their hundreds of animals. Under immense strain, the pair soon divorced. Hedren founded an animal sanctuary in the area where Raw had been filmed, rescuing and caring for hundreds of big cats. Marshall helped to fund this work, but was not directly involved himself. In the years following its initial underwhelming debut, Raw went on to become a cult classic. The narrative of the film was somewhat overshadowed by the story of its long and tortured production, with some referring to it as the most dangerous film ever made. 34 years after its original release, a film company bought the rights and re-released Raw, relying heavily on its reputation as a bizarre and dangerous oddity in their promotion. Raw remains to this day a strange curiosity in the history of filmmaking. A marathon, 11-year production process resulted in a film to which most were simply indifferent.
Wow.
Though the stated goal of the filmmakers, to promote the conservation of wildlife, was admirable, some questioned whether the number of injuries sustained by the cast and crew were worth the end result.
No, it's not.
It is, in any event,
These videos are fucking nuts, though. That's for sure. Just trying to find something that I'm more interested in, you know? Aliens are dope. If only the truth about aliens came out at the same time as that fucking Aliens TV show where the guy was like, oh, Ancient Aliens. It would have been when people were like obsessed with that. Because no one gives a fuck anymore. And they should. They should give a fuck. Oh, she's been posting. Yeah, right? Are these aliens going to pay my rent?
YouTube video explaining how she was relentlessly bullied. But heard too late. Recent tip have been flooding in connection with the 15-year-old chef.
September 7th, 2012. A 15-year-old girl uploads a video to YouTube documenting her ongoing struggle with cyber harassment and blackmail being done at the hands of an unnamed individual. Throughout the video, not a single word is spoken. Instead, the teen tells her story through dialogue written on paper cards, flipping through them one by one, painting a picture of the traumatic abuse she was living through. Just over 1 month later, she would be dead, as a direct result of that very harassment. The story of Amanda Todd is one of the most heartbreaking across all of YouTube, with the case sending ripples not only across the site, but across the world as well, with the fallout still being felt to this very day. And from this case, a light was briefly cast on one of the darker corners the internet has ever seen, momentarily illuminating a community that was never meant to be seen by the public eye, with a rabbit hole even more bizarre than anything we've covered on this channel before. And today, we're diving down to its very depths.
With your anchor person, Doris Marley, and welcome to the Daily Pepper. Happy hunting.
Before we dive into this incredibly dark topic, I chose not to do a sponsor on this one as it just didn't really feel right, but if you want to support the channel, I do have a Patreon page that offers some exclusive benefits. For example, less censored versions of videos like the one you're watching right now. Or you can just go over and check out the new ghost hunting channel that myself and Nexpo started called Nick and Ryan. We've got a brand new video dropping at the end of this month and then a ton more already filmed and ready to go after that. So there will be lots of content coming very soon. Links to both of these will be in the description, and with that, let's get back to the video. The story begins in the early days of the internet, a time when, due to the general public's lack of understanding of this new online world, moderation was at its most primitive and nefarious activity ran rampant, with many of the worst examples coming from the dawn of live streaming. Back then, streams and their associated chats were almost entirely unregulated, leading to them becoming a cesspool of all sorts of degeneracy, and it's within one of these very sites
right,
where
dude,
Amanda's
there's
torment
always
would begin.
Dude,
It
The
happened
fact,
on a website
like,
called
I'm
Vlog TV,
fascinated
where
by.
Amanda
That's
had
what
lo-
we should watch. That's what we should watch. We should watch videos about the fucking ice wall and how like they're supposed to land on the other side of the ice wall, and those are the extraterrestrials. You know what I mean? Like that shit fascinates me so much. I gotta take the biggest fucking piss, and I'm gonna get high as fuck while I'm doing that. So.
logged in one evening at the age of 13 to the tune of 200 viewers, and it was here that she would be pressured to eventually flash the camera with the whole chat cheering her on, a decision that she would regret not only in the moment, but for the remainder of her life. Lurking in the chat room was a man under the alias of Tyler Boo, who had been waiting for that very opportunity to grab a screenshot and recording of this young girl in her most vulnerable moment, before immediately turning around and using that image as blackmail in an attempt to leverage it for more private performances. It was a demand that Amanda refused, though truthfully it wouldn't have mattered anyway, as Tyler would turn her world into a living hell of online harassment, with a photo and video being sent to all of her friends, acquaintances, and family members. It got so bad that on multiple occasions her entire family would be forced to move, though this was of no use, as Tyler's evil crusade persisted.
Well, you can't fucking get away from online abuse by moving.
School, every person she interacted with would eventually be met with the content from that fateful stream. Amanda could never outrun him, and with nowhere left to turn, she would take up drinking and drug use just to cope, until eventually on October 10th, 2012, she just couldn't take it anymore.
That's fucking crazy.
The story of Amanda Todd is a complex, tragic tale, with many factors ultimately playing a role in her untimely passing, with none being more prominent than her harasser. And with her video gaining immense virality following her passing, all eyes were on Amanda's case, with the big question being, who is Tyler Boo? A question that leads us to a particularly disturbing discovery and today's main topic. As to unmask this abuser, we have to first recognize that he wasn't alone, but rather was part of one of the most bizarre and deranged communities ever uncovered on the internet. With Amanda's story making headlines, Canadian authorities quickly began work on their investigation, dedicating a team of detectives to unmask the man behind the Tyler Boo alias. And there, it's likely that they discovered that the crimes Tyler had committed were far more common than you would imagine. Back then, Tyler was what is known as a capper, someone who prowls live streams of young women and men across the internet, egging them on into performing some type of lewd act, and upon convincing them to perform said act, these cappers would then take screenshots or recordings, also known as caps, immortalizing the moment in an image or short video. For some cappers, this is where their involvement ends, but for many others, it goes much deeper. Once in possession of the caps, they will then use this as blackmail against the victim in order to further extort them, which is exactly what Tyler Boo had done to Amanda.
That's crazy.
And she wasn't alone.
Back then, this kind of stuff happened on a freakishly regular basis, with hundreds, even thousands of cappers operating on a given night, with their list of victims being essentially immeasurable. Victims who had their lives completely and utterly destroyed by these malevolent outside forces that forbade them from ever speaking out. And these forces rarely operated alone. In reality, many of these cappers were closely intertwined within a community of individuals sharing this common practice, many of whom shared techniques, caps, and genuine online connections with each other. And as dark as this all may seem, their actual doings are somehow even worse than you could fathom. A fact that would only be fully understood and laid out on a silver platter upon the discovery of an internet-based program known as the Daily Capper.
Happy Father's Day, cappers and camera folks. Welcome to the week in review of the Daily Capper.
The short-form program began its run here on YouTube back on June 20th, 2010, and continued airing weekly for over a year, with each episode having a runtime of roughly 5 minutes, primarily featuring this uncanny host in her robotic voice. And if she looks vaguely familiar, you might recognize her, or even the layout in general, as having come from the old HBO series Crashbox, an educational program made for children, which features an eerily similar segment called Distraction News.
Distraction News, with your anchor person, Dora Smarmy.
Good evening, I'm Doris Marmy, and welcome to Distraction News, where we give you the news and then ask you 5 questions about what we've just reported.
But the Daily Capper was a much different show, as its creators stole the imagery from Crashbox and dubbed over it with this off-putting text-to-speech in order to tell the top weekly stories from the world of capping, with the channel's description reading, "The capping world is a world that is unknown and mysterious to some, but really there's nothing mysterious about it. The Daily Capper is here to report week by week what goes on in the capping world." The page is almost like a time capsule, preserving the wrongdoings of this otherwise obscure community, and putting it all out in the open. And because of this, investigators were understandably immediately drawn to the program, as it quite literally documented all of the highlights in the capping community, even discussing some of the group's major players and victims at the time that Tyler Boo had been harassing Amanda. And thus began their deep dive, and ours as well, into the Daily Capper. And what better place to start than
This is fucking crazy. What the fuck?
We are halfway through the year, and what better way to spend 365 days than on your computer screen looking for camera ports? Despite what others think, summer is not the time to go outdoors swimming, being with friends. Rather, it is a time for girls and boys to turn their computers on and get dirty.
The show opens on a jarring note, with its creator being so crass that some might mistake this as a work of satire, though sadly this is far from the case, which becomes evident after only a few minutes when the tone is set for just how disturbing the Daily Capper was going to be.
These are some highlights from this past week. Nicole, 34, went to Tiny Chat and exposed her 15-year-old. She was later heroed and blackmailed by Doc Holliday.
Throughout the episode, multiple stories are told about what the capping community had been up to, with the host referring to the accusation of these caps as epic wins, a common phrase throughout the capping community, a true indicator of the time period in which the show aired.
Christ.
But what makes this all the more chilling was that each of the girls that had been featured on the show were minors, with the creator making sure to mention their ages, like a 15-year-old, and even a group of 13-year-olds.
Let's start with this past Thursday. Epic win was delivered in the form of 4 13-year-old girls from Blog TV Jr., and all for a room of 300. A hero went on cam and streamed their video for them. These girls remain the most talked about girls in the capping world.
This is
With these children bearing the
crazy.
brunt of the community's blackmail that week. It was all laid out in black and white. Not only did this one episode alone prove the existence of the capping community, but it also showed us a glimpse into how they operate, who they truly are, and just how remorseless they can be. It's truly unlike anything I've ever seen on the internet. A
It's
group so
fucking
clearly
nuts,
committing
bro.
wrongdoings, yet so shamelessly airing it out. And I truly believe that whoever was behind the Daily
Fucking
Capper
nuts.
never meant for this show to leave their little bubble. With the very first episode alone including callbacks and past references to the capping community, with no added context being given.
From Blog TV Jr. went to Tiny Chat once again. If you remember, She has been to Tiny Chat before. One thing that has not changed, every post Coke makes gets deleted or banned.
Showing us that A, the community had been around long before the Daily Capper, and B, that the viewers were expected to have prior knowledge of events from within the community, making it apparent that the program was made solely for involved cappers, which is likely why it comes off as so unapologetic, especially as the episodes go on, as things only devolve further from here.
Can't believe this was a thing. It probably still is, technically.
Welcome cappers and campers to this special July 4th edition of the Daily Capper, and what a week it has been.
Just 2 weeks later, the Daily Capper would feature a story about a 12-year-old who had fallen victim to a capper, with said capper turning around and using the cap as blackmail to force the girl into
himself, along with Razor and this guy, blackmailed the girl to drink her own on this site.
A move that was celebrated by the host, as the Daily Capper didn't just highlight the best caps of the week, but also the best instances of blackmail, with the host making it very
This is why I
clear
don't
throughout
trust the
program
fucking world,
just how
man.
much
That's
he
why I trust
appreciated
no one.
the art of blackmail. It's a whole different level of disturbing, yet somehow the show manages to one-up itself with ease every single week, as the ages of their victims dipped lower and lower, to the point where the host was highlighting a cap.
This past Friday, Minnie pressured a 12-year-old black girl with her 8-year-old sister to seriously an 8-year-old
taken from an 8-year-old child.
Fucking gross,
which
man.
brings up a glaring note about this community. All the victims I've mentioned so far have been drastically underaged, and that's no coincidence, as virtually all the caps highlighted are mentioned to have come from minors, while those obtaining the caps were generally far older, meaning that a key pillar of this community wasn't just exploitation and blackmail, but pedophilia as well. And to truly hammer this point home,
gross,
the host
dude.
even refers to cam girls above the age of 18 as retired.
This is also the only place you can see Charmin, dogs, and panther moose. So I guess it's also a camp or retirement home.
It's impossibly grim, and though I feel the examples given prior go a long way in explaining what the Daily Capper was all about, I think the host manages to encapsulate just how vile their own show was in this one little segment.
Now a lot of people wonder exactly what capping is really like. While it's hard to explain every aspect in such a short period of time, some people have gone as far as to describe it as an underground version of Girls Gone Wild. Of course, there are a lot of differences between capping and Girls Gone Wild. For one, there are no blackmailers on Girls Gone Wild. But then again, those girls know they're going to have their videos shared all over the world. While girls on the internet will cry when they get recorded, that is a huge difference between capping and Girls Gone Wild. Plus they have to ask for permission before they use videos. And they have to be 18 or over. Complete opposite to what goes on here.
Jesus Christ, man.
By this point, it's
Fuck
clear
the
that
internet.
both the community and the host of the Daily Capper are completely irredeemable, and despite some attempts by the creator to project a more neutral stance by making disparaging comments towards the community and thankfully not actually showing, this was in reality just an attempt to slide by what little regulation existed on the site back then, and a feeble one at that, as in one case the host even guides his community on how to obtain.
They got banned on Ustream and soon were blackmailed by Perso Pete to deleting their account. If you want to know where you can get the video, just message the person who blackmailed them. Love Ya Shotty on YouTube.
And on top of that, all throughout the show, the host celebrates the depravity within their community, and not just in a figurative way, but in a literal one as well. starting from before their first program would even air, the Daily Capper hosted the Capper Awards, an Oscar-like program made to celebrate the community's accomplishments throughout the year, with awards being given for such categories as Campsite of the Year, Cam Whore of the Year, Hero of the Year, and most chillingly, Blackmailer of the Year. This annual show first premiered on a separate YouTube channel back in 2009.
This is getting worse and worse.
It encapsulated everything wrong with this community: the arrogance, the deranged beliefs, the sense of pride. It's just when you think this show can't get any worse, it goes ahead and does something like this. With the sheer size of this community being put on full display, as it was mentioned that over 4,000 votes were cast for just one category alone, at a time before the Daily Capper had even begun. And this wasn't a one-time affair either, as in 2010 the show would return, this time being made into a full program in the styling that we're now used to.
Welcome cappers and campers to the official 2010 Capper Awards voting video. Here we will go over the awards and the nominees. Blackmailer of the Year. This one is for the purpose of the internet.
Again, many of the same disturbed categories remained, with the most prominent being Blackmailer of the Year, which following community voting would be awarded to a user named Cody1206, who gained notoriety following his harassment of a young girl named Peyton.
Currently on Blog TV Jr., a girl named Peyton is being blackmailed every day by her mom Cody1206. So as usual with every blackmail, Peyton will give in to every request until Cody gets tired of her months from now and releases all her videos.
The situation sounds all too familiar to Amanda's, and not only did the capping community know the full extent of her torment, they celebrated it at an award show. And if this all wasn't bad enough, especially considering how Amanda's story would turn out, the host had this to say in a prior episode in regards to a young girl who suddenly disappeared after being harassed by this very community.
According to her Twitter, she ran away. Other sources have said she committed. Wherever she is now, we won't remember next week.
The parallels to the way this community operates and the story of Amanda Todd are extremely noteworthy, and it's not hard to see why investigators gravitated towards the Daily Capper being somehow involved in her death. After all, most of these cappers seem to be in a tight-knit group. However, there was one major reason for investigators to train their attention onto the Daily Capper, and it's a particularly devastating one.
Merry Christmas cappers and camp to the December 19th edition of the Daily Capper. Meanwhile, another girl from Blog has been talked about a lot this week. Announcing Amanda.
On December 19th, 2010, the Daily Capper would air a segment mentioning an up-and-coming target for their community, with that child being 13-year-old Amanda Todd. In the show, the host states that she was extremely active on campsites, and that she was being talked about quite a bit in the capping community. The ties to Amanda weren't just conjecture, it was proven right there in the footage.
She said she has been IP banned from Blog TV and ended up moving to Wicked Camp Chat to sing like she usually does.
As coincidentally, the show just so happened to coincide with the exact time frame that Amanda's harassment had begun. She had been trapped by this community, grasped firmly in their clutches, and with the Daily Capper being so intertwined in this world of capping, it seemed all but certain that one of its members had been the culprit behind her torment. But who? Who was Tyler Boo? Well, despite investigators likely believing that they were close to their big break, while sifting through this disturbed online world, they actually wouldn't be the ones to break the news of this man's identity, and instead, answers came out of nowhere, in a twist that somehow makes this story even more bizarre.
Oh, shit.
Dear citizens of our nation, we have brought this announcement forward solely for the purpose of releasing Amanda Todd's Punisher's identity. You will find a URL to the man's docs in there. You will see various information about said person.
Watch it be
Before
someone
the
she
police
knew.
could even finish their investigation, Anonymous, the world-renowned hacking organization, would take it upon themselves to uncover Tyler Boo's identity, with their results finding him to be a major player in the capping community, a user by the name of Cody1206, aka 2010's Blackmailer of the Year. In the program Crowning Cody1206, it mentioned how he abused a young girl named Peyton, a previously discussed victim who suffered similar harassment to Amanda, and with this notion, Anonymous dug deeper into the man, until they were able to prove that this same account was in constant contact with Amanda, and had supposedly been streaming her cap on this account for the whole world to see. And to add even more to Cody's rap sheet, he was supposedly already in the process of being charged with sexual assault on a minor. Anonymous had found their guy, and upon confirming this among themselves, they would publish this video including his full docs, with all of his private information being leaked to the whole world, with his real name turning out to actually be Cody. And just like that, the internet's #1 villain was unmasked. But there was just one issue. Anonymous actually got it wrong. And when I say wrong, I mean they were completely off. As it turns out, the phone numbers and addresses belonged to entirely different people, and the birthday they provided for Cody was off by over a decade. And to somehow make it even worse, it would later be confirmed that Cody wasn't even Tyler Boo. And upon the conclusion of the official police investigation, it would be revealed that Amanda's harasser was actually a 44-year-old Dutchman by the name of Aiden Coben, a notorious online predator known to have almost 100 different Facebook accounts in which he used for capping, with the man racking up an extremely long list of victims throughout the years, including Amanda, who he had tormented constantly for 3 long years leading to her passing. And though Cody did get caught in the crossfire here, I still have no sympathy for him, as he was undoubtedly a known capper in the community, and one of their most celebrated as well. And to make it even worse, it's believed that Cody and Amanda were actually friends, or at least Cody was pretending to be her friend, while at the same time, he was actually showing and sharing her caps regularly, meaning that he too was guilty for the harassment that Amanda was receiving. But despite this story being all over the place at this point, when it was all said and done, the case was finally solved, and some justice was served for Amanda, with Aiden going on to receive a prison sentence of 13 years. But that doesn't mean our story is totally finished, as whatever happened to the Daily Capper?
This is fucking crazy.
Strangely, in early 2011, a full year before Amanda's passing, the show would come to an unceremonious end, with no real rhyme or reason being given. Shortly before this, it's known that the creator was dealing with issues on YouTube, likely due to improving moderation, causing the show to be kicked from the site and moved to other various websites like Dailymotion, where it can still be found to this very day. However, following the Capper Awards for 2010, it seems like everything just kind of stopped. And it wasn't just the channel that went silent either. Alongside the show itself was an associated website called thedailycapper.com, which featured recaps and updates from the weekly episodes, and even including what seems to be a monthly downloadable magazine of sorts, which included God knows what. With this website and its services also ceasing around this very same time. And on top of this, there was even a separate YouTube channel run by the owner of the Daily Capper called The Capper Cartoons,
They probably got
which
arrested.
included animated stories about well-known cappers. And strangely, this page also came to a halt without any given reason. One day it all just kind of ended, and we have no idea why. Perhaps something had scared the creator off, or maybe they just moved to a more secretive location. But either way, the accounts had been dead for well over a year leading to Amanda's death, marking the end of the Daily Capper for good.
It's crazy.
Or so we thought.
Oh.
Welcome to another edition of the Daily Capper. We just wanted to help provide a few more details to the recent Amanda Todd tragedy.
Out of nowhere, during Amanda's investigation, when the national spotlight was flashed on the long-defunct show, the Daily Capper would return for just a single episode to try and push the blame on Cody for the harassment of Amanda, as the show had aired right after Anonymous had dropped their video. But what makes this episode in particular so disturbing is the fact that it shows proof that not only had the Daily Capper interacted with Amanda, but also that Amanda had interacted with them.
As most of you know, we did a report on Amanda Todd during the time this tragic series of events began occurring. We are able to confirm the timeline in which this all began, as well as a background and information on those involved. There is one thing we can confirm about Amanda. On January 4, 2011, she commented on our video report, in which she was featured, detailing how she was being blackmailed. She states that she did in fact contact the police about her situation. Obviously, they were of no real assistance.
In a bizarre attempt to clear their name, the Daily Capper aired a comment that Amanda had left under their video, where they had initially mentioned her as being a new up-and-coming target. And it was there she wrote, "It's Amanda here. I'm getting blackmailed and the cops are out looking for the guy that posted the video of me flashing to all my family members and friends, because I didn't do stuff with him on cams. Put that in your news. People are also getting charged, but the site is shut down." The host would try to spin this in a way that blamed the police for failing to stop Amanda's harassment, while posing as the good guys in this situation. Though overtly, this only proved that the Daily Capper did in fact know about Amanda's torment, and did nothing until she was already gone. This would be the final episode ever aired of the Daily Capper. And with that, the creator and all his friends fell back into their dark corners, like snakes retreating into their holes,
Fucking
leaving the capping
losers,
community,
bro.
which was once so public and prominent, to essentially dissipate.
Fucking losers.
But what I find so frustrating
Antarctica is larger than the USA and Mexico combined, and yet we still know next to nothing about what's hidden behind its menacing ice walls. So what's actually lurking down near the South Pole? Well, gold-spurting volcanoes, human skulls, and blood-flowing waterfalls for starters. Folks, dress warm, because we're about to find out even more. Bones. It might...
Okay, so that's propaganda. So I want to watch real shit.
Hello, greetings from the edge of the world. I found it. It's a big wall, like this. Amazing, isn't it?
This is why people look at rap as stupid. They be like, this guy was making $250,000 in a couple of days. You know, Jamie would be like, I'm investing that in the business. But they look at us as stupid because they like, yo, he bought a car, he bought a chain. You look dumb, bro. So Fifth is the type, he'd be like, Fifth will buy an AP, he'll buy a Cullinan or whatever. But he'd be like, if the money get too high, like $2 million, like Mayweather, I've been around Mayweather, he might buy a chain or a watch for $1 million. Fifth ain't really gonna do that. This is why people look at rap as stupid. They be like,
Chưa thở mình rất là tao ban like vì bay
wasn't real. I had anxiety watching that, bro. Like,
What is up, guys, and welcome to another Riders Republic video. Today will be skateboarding. I just want to say stay tuned till the end of the video because I will be giving my honest review / feedback to Ubisoft for the skateboarding update in Riders Republic. But for now, let's just
when's it coming out though? I want to play.
Thanks to the kind people over at Ubisoft for letting me in on this a little early. But as you guys can see, I found myself a little plaza with some good flat ground. So I guess we'll just go over some of the tricks by jumping on a board here, get a little push. And I think this is an ollie. And this is a nollie. Maybe you guys would actually like the controller on there. But then you guys can just see how to do the kickflip, which is like this. And I actually think you can flip it slower depending on how fast you flick the stick up. We got tray flip like this. And these can of course also be done in nollie. Looking really good. I love the animations. I think we got a heel flip right here. And we got a laser flip. Boom. And once again, they can also be done in nollie. So there we have the nollie heel. Nollie laser looking really good. I also think you can impossible. Can you nollie impossible? Wow. And there actually are a few more tricks, but they might be a bit glitchy, so I think we'll stay off those. But you can of course also grind in this game. So there we have a little 50. I actually saw a really nice outlets right here. I think we'll be skating that for a little bit. Let's place decision marker right here, and then we could start it out with a 5-0. Back 5-0 on the ledge. Let's get a nose grind. Very nice. And I think a nose slide is like this. Oh, that's looking really solid. Let's see if we can get a manual here. Okay. Oh, he set up his foot. Did you guys notice that?
That looks sick.
Let me just, in theory, do a nollie flip nose manny. And then, can I then sit up for it? Oh, that is so cool. Ooh. Let's see if we can kickflip into a back lip, apparently. I must admit, I was kind of going for the backsmith, which I think we got there. Oh, okay. Maybe a laser out. Nice. Oh, that was so sick. I love the animations. It does feel a little arcadey, but you can still get like some really awesome realistic stuff. Even though I don't know what that was. I think we can blunt slide too, right? Oh, blunt slide kickflip out. Okay, I was actually trying to nollie flip out. Maybe we can just...
Here's everything you need to know about the BMX Riders Republic update. If you're a Riders Republic Year 1 pass holder, you will automatically have the BMX Sport and Career unlocked. If you don't have the Year 1 pass, Ubisoft does say they're going to allow you to purchase BMX separately at a later date. Sorry. Now, the BMX update comes with new gears and outfits, a completely new area on the map called Area 52, and modifications to existing areas, new events, sponsors, and other gameplay elements.
Oh!
When you first log on, you'll notice BMX has been added to your sports wheel, but there are 3 different types. So you have park, dirt, and funkies. Park, you want to use in the park dirt. Want to use that in the dirt funkies, use it wherever you want. And the beautiful thing about BMX is it's not just another toy added into the game like the snowmobile or jumbo bike that we've seen in the past. BMX is its own career, so each category of bike has loads of tiers to unlock. You can see I already have an elite unlocked thanks to early access. Same thing for dirt BMX bikes. There's loads of them to unlock. Same thing for funkies.
I gotta play this fucking game,
unlock
bro.
them through doing sponsorships,
I gotta play this game.
challenges, or leveling up your BMX.
I gotta play this game. We gotta play this game. Just saying. Fuck you, dude. I don't even need to open that. I gotta play this game. I already own it. I gotta play it. Yes. Bro. Skip. Yeah, but when does it come? September 26th. Okay. 1 month. Forgot how to play. Forgot how to play. baby. Let's fucking go. What I need to do, well, I'm already on the dirt. I'll change that camera. What does any of this mean? I want to get rid of this. Let's go. Okay. Why is that the only fucking bike I got? Land it! Oh! Oh. I want to ride a normal bike, bro. Come on. Oh, just... Okay, I see where the camera is now. I don't like that. Oh, that was sick. Dude, why is the camera like that, bro? Be in the middle.
Impeccable timing. Come on, tag along. I got something really special to show you.
Whoa. Whoa.
You know, there really is nothing that comes close to the Republic. We got everything for every outdoor sports. It was right there to be used, and we're only guests. But with your help, we can take it to the next
Sick.
level. And this is where that all begins. The BMX Area 52. Show me what you got. Nice move. Keep going. You're gonna be ripping up this place in no time.
Okay, dude. Yeah, I'm trying to, but fuck. Oh my god, get up.
When we found the place, it was a ruin, but pieces by pieces, Republic style, we shaped a BMX park like no other. All the heavy hitters want in on it, and we're welcoming them with open arms. Red Bull, fans, and of course our very own Ridge TV event. I'm getting calls from so many people who want to come here and put on the biggest show the BMX world has seen. We're taking the Republic into the stratosphere with this place. Want to get a feel for it? Don't forget your tinfoil hat. Hi there, Ryan.
Sick, dude. What? To buy it? $30, dude? Suck my balls. Just to get the career? Oh, that is dog shit, bro. Under control sometimes. Oh! Kind of puts me off that they want me to buy that shit, bro. The game is so cool, though. I just wish I could play the story for it, you know? No, you're not opening again, you dirtball. The Ubisoft store never fucking works for me. Mm-mm. Go take a pee again. Dude, I can't stop pissing. In my pain, this is way too much. I'm gonna feel euphoria. Give me the
Take care of the suit, and she'll take care of you.
So how close? Ooh, okay, so we're less than 25 levels away from hitting max level with our boy over here. And then we can move on to someone new.
Is my beard getting longer?
Yeah, stupid. That's what hair does. Pick up the phone. I just said I'm on. Hey, pick up the phone. Found it. I found it.
Welcome to the war game. I am measuring good results in the space elevator area. Your contributions to yesteryear build the exosuits of tomorrow, today.
My bad, my phone died.
Let us begin. I will transfer you to the combat zone. Have a super day. Interdimensional transfer complete. The war game will begin shortly. Have a super day. This is the space elevator. By any standard, it is an unprecedented feat of engineering. Along with exosuits and vortexers, the space elevator is exemplary.
Whoa, is it a different level? I don't remember this level at all over the last fucking couple weeks.
Initiating vortexer sabotage mission. Preparing.
Yeah, this is sick.
Use the marker to find the vortexer and shut it down. The vortexer is protected by a cylinder. You must destroy the cylinder first. You may then interact with the device and shut it down. Summon Suchomimesis.
Energy restored. Amped up.
Summon Suchomimesis. The cylinder has been destroyed. Summoning Suchomimesis. Test complete. You are completing objectives slower than the enemy team. Follow the Watcher. Proceeding to next mission. Initiating Vortexer sabotage mission. Preparing combat area. Use the marker to find the Vortexer and shut it down. The Vortexer is protected by a cylinder. You must destroy the cylinder first. You may then interact with the device and shut it down. Summoning Suchomimesis. Summoning gas Summoning Suchomimesis. Summoning gas neosource. The cylinder has been destroyed. Summoning Suchomimesis. Summoning gas neosource. Summoning Suchomimesis. Summoning gas neosource.
Why does it keep fucking resetting me?
Summoning Suchomimesis. Summoning gas neosource.
Great help.
Summoning Suchomimesis.
God damn, that sucked.
You are completing objectives faster than the enemy team. Proceed to next mission. Initiating Vortexer sabotage mission. Preparing combat area. Please wait. Use the marker to find the Vortexer and shut it down. The Vortexer is protected by a cylinder. You must destroy the cylinder first. You may then interact with the device and shut it down. Summoning T-Rex. Summoning Raptors. Summoning gas neosource. Summoning Raptors. Summoning gas neosource. The cylinder has been destroyed. Summoning Raptors. Summoning gas neosource. Test complete. You are completing objectives faster than the enemy team. Initiating escort mission. Preparing combat area. Please wait. An exofighter with a different mission will be transferred here. That fighter is investigating resources in this area. You will cooperate with the investigation and protect the fighter from dinosaurs. You have my gratitude. Summoning Suchomimus. You're ready. Nice work. Summoning Suchomimus. Oh, fuck. Summoning Suchomimus. Great help. I have awarded the enemy team a domino. They may invade with a hostile dinosaur. Summoning Suchomimus. Summoning an Ankylosaurus. Warning. The enemy team has activated the domino. Enemy-controlled dinosaur incoming. Prioritize its destruction. Nice work! You have arrived at the survey site. You may begin the investigation. Summoning gas needle.
What a douchebag, bro. What a douchebag, huh?
Summon Umbral Neosaurs. Progress 50%. Summoning Suchomimus. Summoning gas Neosaurs. Progress 75%. Investigation complete. Proceed to the next site. The investigation results are available. I require combat data from exofighters in a variety of scenarios.
Wait, thank you.
Nice work.
Summon Umbral Neosaurs. Summoning Pyro Neosaurs.
I owe you one. Break it down. Thanks, bud.
Summoning Pachycephalosaurus.
Energy restored. Wait, thank you.
You have arrived at the survey site. You may begin the investigation. Summoning Suchomimus. Summoning Umbral Neosaurs. Summoning Pachycephalosaurus. Summoning an Ankylosaurus. Progress 50%. Progress 75%.
Let's go, baby. Dude, I'm such a good witch doctor, though. Like, let's be serious here.
You are completing objectives faster than the enemy team. Warning. You will now commence the final mission. Brace yourselves for interdimensional travel. Prepare for combat. The first team to complete all of the assigned objectives wins. Do your part and generate robust combat data. Summoning a Carnotaurus. Summoning Sniper Dinosaurs. Summoning Gas Dinosaurs.
I owe you one.
The enemy team has progressed to the final mission. Act quickly to close the performance gap. Dinosaur call. Follow the Watcher. Proceed to next mission.
That's better.
Summoning Raptors. Summoning Marvel Raptors. I have awarded the enemy team a dominant.
Another one?
They may invade.
Another one? Goddamn.
Summoning a Stegosaurus. Summoning Gas Neosaurus. Summoning Umbral Neosaurus. Summoning a Stegosaurus. Summoning Gas Neosaurus.
Fucking cut!
Summoning Gas
Yeah.
Activated the dominant. Enemy controlled dinosaur incoming. Prioritize its destruction.
Bruh! He's won! Kill the Stegosaurus, he's won! Oh my god. Hey, yo, fuck that guy. That guy's a piece of shit, man. Fuck him.
Dinosaur call. Follow the Watcher. Proceed to next mission.
Be nice if we got a Dominator.
It's a spot.
A Dominator has been generated for your team. Use it to commandeer a dinosaur and attack the enemies. Dimensional crossing activated. You may invade the enemy team's combat area. Disrupt the
Let's see how they fucking like it. Oh, perfect, bro. Bye.
Summoning Pachycephalosaurus.
Yeah, fuck them, man. Fuck them.
Summoning Pachycephalosaurus. Summoning a Neo-Ankylosaurus.
Don't break it down!
Put this to bed. Thanks, bud. I owe you one. You have my gratitude.
Dinosaur call.
Let's fucking go, baby.
Combat test complete.
GG.
You are victorious. Thank you for producing high-quality data. Remember, exosuits can always be refined.
138, 138,000 points. Let's go. Wow, they lost. That was a good fucking match, dude. That was a good match back.
Better to burn out than fade away.
Rather burn out than fade away. You're right.
Best exo fighters in this war game.
Wow. Let's go, dude. My 50th dub.
Welcome to my research facility. Every month is T-Rex Awareness Month.
Okay.
Many entities reward a go-getter attitude. A T-Rex does not. Collaborate with teammates and concentrate damage on the head. Remember, a team lift makes the dream lift.
I did not know you're supposed to attack the head like that. I have a feeling we're going to be fighting the T-Rex this game, huh?
Let us begin. I will transfer you to the combat zone. Have a super day. Interdimensional transfer complete. The war game will begin shortly. Have a super day. You will now engage in a dinosaur combat test. Exofighters, follow the Watcher. This beautiful coastal mall was a regular destination for families and singles alike. Don't forget to bring your wallet. Looking for something to consume and convert to energy? Try our food court and supermarket, or head upstairs for a host of luxury goods and services. Transmission interrupted. Initiating dinosaur cull mission. Preparing combat area. Please wait. Summoning raptors. Summoning raptors. Summoning raptors. Summoning pteranodons. Summoning pteranodons. Dinosaur cull. You You are completing objectives faster than the enemy team. Follow the Watcher. Proceed to next mission. Initiating dinosaur cull mission. Preparing combat. Please wait. Summoning an Ankylosaurus. Summoning raptors. Summoning sniper neosaurs. Dinosaur call. You are completing objectives faster than the enemy team. Follow the wall.
It should be you are completing objectives extremely fast on the other team because they are dog shit and you're way better. That's what they should be saying right now.
Please wait. Summoning a Triceratops.
It's been a while since I fought one of these fuckers.
That's better.
Dinosaur call. You are completing objectives faster than the enemy team.
I'm a guy ready.
Initiating dinosaur call. Preparing combat area. Please wait. Summoning Pachycephalosauruses. Summoning raptors. Dinosaur call. You are completing objectives faster than the enemy team. Follow the Watcher. Proceed to next mission. Initiating dinosaur cull mission. Preparing combat area. Summoning a Carnotaurus. Dinosaur call. You are completing objectives faster than the enemy team. Follow the Watcher. Proceed to next mission. Initiating dinosaur call mission. Preparing combat. Please wait. Summoning a Triceratops. Dinosaur call. You are completing objectives faster than the enemy team. Warning, you will now commence the final mission. Brace yourselves for interdimensional travel. Prepare for combat. Has progressed to the final mission. Act quickly to close the performance gap. The first team to complete all of the assigned objectives wins. Do your part and generate robust combat data. Summoning Pachycephalosauruses. I have awarded the enemy team a Dominator. They may invade with a hostile dinosaur. Summoning an Ankylosaurus. Dinosaur call. Follow the Watcher. Proceed to next mission. Summon Raptors. Summon a Triceratops. Warning. The enemy team has activated the Dominator. Enemy-controlled dinosaur incoming. Prioritize its destruction. Summoning Dilophosaurus.
Fuck! Fuck that team, man. Fuck that team.
Nice work. You're not going anywhere.
Fuck me. Fuck me and fuck your stupid fucking face.
A Dominator has been generated for your team. Use it to commandeer a dinosaur and attack the enemies. Dimensional crossing activated. You may invade the enemy team's combat area. Disrupt the enemy's mission progress. Summoning Pteranodons. Summoning Sniper Emulator.
I need that.
I'll go breaking down!
Summoning a T-Rex. Summoning Raptors. Summoning a Stegosaurus. Summoning Pteranodons. Pteranodons.
Heal myself! Don't let me down! And down! And down it goes! Don't shoot! Right for the tiger attack! Right for the tiger attack! Right for the tiger attack!
Dinosaur call. Combat test complete. You are victorious. Effective
Yeah, get shit
battle
on, dude.
Well done. You really put the eye
GG.
in strivificationality.
I love it when the other team doesn't finish, and I get to finish first all over their face. Just saying, chat.
What a performance.
Behold, the best exofighters in this war game.
Almost level 69. I'm gonna have to quit. I only get coins from these now most of the time. They need to add more shit. Like, I definitely get stuff still, but... Oh, that's sick. Need it. That's what I need. Hold up. Before we do this, see if I can do this now. Modify overlay or OBS streamers. Yeah.
Finally, we have a now playing overlay for our streams that actually works. No big delay, no redoing the whole setup for every stream, and it works for both Spotify and YouTube. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. I'm the Video Nerd and I'm super excited because in this video we will be setting up everything that's needed to show your currently playing Spotify or YouTube song, which is a highly requested feature. I stream on Twitch every Monday, Wednesday and sometimes Friday, so if you want to talk to me on stream, just click on my Twitch link in the description and go follow me so you can catch me when I'm live. And a big thanks to File. Definitely check out their music on stream. I will add timestamps on the screen right here so you can skip to the method you want to use. And if the timestamp feature of YouTube is working, you will also see separate. So to link Spotify to Last.fm, click on your profile icon on top and then go to settings.
Okay, hold on. Come over here. Oh, settings, okay.
On the top, click on Applications and next to Spotify scrolling, click on Connect. Now log in with your Spotify account, free or premium, that doesn't matter. And then you'll have connected your account to Last.fm.
Okay.
So now the songs that you play on Spotify are linked to your Last.fm username, which you can see while hovering on your profile icon. To actually show the song that you're playing on Spotify on stream, skip to this time in the video. Next, we will link YouTube to Last.fm. So scroll to the bottom of the page and then description. So now to show our songs on our stream, let's go to a website called pixelchat.tv. You need to log in with a Twitch account, but don't worry, this can be used on YouTube.
Okay, what is it called?
And other streaming websites too. Just click login with Twitch, enter your username and TV. You need
Pixel Chat. Pixel Chat. We're going to log in with YouTube because that's what I'm using. Looks like shit, dude. I don't want to do this. This shit looks terrible. Let me go into this bullshit real fast. Hold on. Dude, how do you...
Welcome back to...
What's this one?
Well, exactly how you can add information from Spotify showing the title, the artist, maybe even the album art of the track that's currently playing, so you can display it on your stream to your stream design and overlay. And I'll show you some custom super lightweight programs or Streamlabs OBS. So click the link at the top of the description. It'll take you to a page like this where you can download the zip file for Snip. One thing I will mention is that Snip has gone through a massive rework in the last 6 months, so the reliability, and extract it to a folder that you know where it's going to be on your PC. So I'm going to extract mine into a folder I've already created called Snip, and then all we have to do is double click to start running Snip. It will pop up.
I'm gonna do this after stream. But yeah, that's what I want to do. I want to add fucking now playing so you can see what I'm listening to. I think that would be a really cool thing to have, you know, so that way people know what's playing, because I can't stop gaming sometimes and know what's on, you know. Just like keep this up and keep my Spotify up on the other screen.
to my research facility. You're on quite a streak lately. Continue performing at a high level, and your extended existence authorization is all but complete. Let us begin. I will transfer you to the combat zone. Have a super day. Interdimensional transfer complete. The war game will begin shortly. Have a super day. You will now engage in a dinosaur combat test. Exofighters, follow the Watcher. Moving this way, we come to Riverside's basketball court.
There's no basketball court here. What the fuck are you talking about? I don't see no basketball court. Where's the basketball court? I don't see no basketball court. Where's the basketball court? Do you see a basketball court? I don't see no basketball court. I see nothing.
Summoning Dilophosaurus. Summoning Gas Neosaurs. Summoning Sniper Neosaurs. Dinosaur Car. You are concluding objectives slower than the enemy team. Follow the Watcher. Proceed to next mission. Initiating Dinosaur Car. Preparing combat. Please wait. Summoning Sniper Neosaurs. Summoning Pachycephalosaurus. Summoning Sniper Neosaurs.
Phone vibrator. El telefono vibrato. Nope, nothing.
Summoning Evoker Neosaurs.
How did you die, dude?
Thank you. Summoning Gas Neosaurs. Dinosaur Call. You are completing objectives slower than the enemy team. Follow the Watcher. Proceed to next mission. Initiating Dinosaur Call. Preparing combat. Please wait. Summoning T-Rex. Summoning Gas.
Now.
Dinosaur Call. You are completing objectives faster than the enemy team.
Better now, better now, better now, now. Better, better, do, do. Better, do, do, do.
You must defend the specified area. Go to the area near the marker and begin defending it.
Yes, sir.
Summon raptors.
We need 4 people in this bitch at all times.
Summon raptors. Area defense progress 25%. Summon raptors. Area defense progress 50%. Summon raptors. Area defense progress 75%.
I'll go break it down! Moving to marker 1. Feel back here!
Area defense. You are completing objectives faster than the enemy team. Follow the Watcher. Proceed to next mission. Initiating area defense mission. Preparing combat area. You must defend the specified area. Go to the area near the marker and begin defending it. Summon a T-Rex.
God damn it, I threw it too soon.
Summon raptors. Area defense progress 25%. Summon Dilophosaurus. Summon raptors.
That's better.
Area defense progress 50%. Summon raptors. Summon raptors. Area defense progress 75%. Summon raptors. Area defense. You are completing objectives faster than the enemy team. Warning, you will now commence the final mission. Brace yourselves for interdimensional travel. Prepare for combat. The enemy. To the final mission, act quickly to close the performance gap. The first team to complete all of the assigned objectives wins. Do your part and generate robust combat data. Summon raptors. Summon Sinorhithosauruses. I have a word the enemy team are dominant. They may engage with a hostile dinosaur. Summoning Sinorhithosauruses. Summoning Pachycephalosauruses. Summoning Sinornithosauruses. Summoning gas neosaurs. Warning. The enemy team has activated the Dominator. Enemy controlled dinosaur incoming. Prioritize its destruction. Summoning raptors. Summoning gas neosaurs. Dinosaur car. Follow the watcher. Proceed to next mission. Summoning Triceratops. Summoning raptors. Summoning Sinornithosauruses. Dinosaur car. Follow the watcher. Proceed to next mission. A Dominator has been generated for your team. Use it to commandeer a dinosaur and attack it. Dimensional crossing. You may invade the enemy team's combat area. Disrupt the enemy's mission progress. Summon. Summon raptors. Summon Sinornithosauruses. Summon Sinornithosauruses.
What the fuck was that? That was sick! Good shit on, dude. You suck. You're dog shit. Get out of here, dude. Get the fuck out of here, dude. That was fire.
Bro, as a healer, you should have not used the dinosaurs.
Summon raptors. Summoning Pachycephalosauruses.
I'll be the fucking dinosaur if I want to. Because guess what? That's where the clips are.
Summoning Pachycephalosaurus.
Don't go wrecking out!
The enemy team fulfilled its objective first. The clock is ticking. Do not lose track of time. Dinosaur call. Combat.
Guess it didn't matter, huh?
You are victorious. Thank you for producing high-quality data. Remember, exosuits can always be refined. Always. Behold, the best exofighters in this war game.
Your war game has concluded.
Lon's being mode, so if you hear that, I'm sorry. Ooh, ooh, ooh. This shit's fire.
Welcome to my research facility. Exofighter growth opportunity. Attacking the head of a Carnotaurus is effective. It will quickly close in on attacking players, so make sure to maintain a safe distance at all times.
I ain't changing.
Prepare for transfer.
I ain't changing from Witch Doctor stuff. I'm almost level 100 with him. I'm trying to get him to level 100. I'm sorry.
Oh.
Interdimensional transfer complete. The war game will begin shortly. Have a suit.
I'm just here to play with fun.
You will now
Hell yeah!
in a dinosaur combat test. Exofighters, follow the Watcher. Initiating dinosaur call mission. Preparing combat area. Equip. Summoning raptors. Summoning raptors.
Oh, that's the good stuff.
Summoning raptors.
Don't break it down. I need that. Thank you.
Don't go breaking down.
Summoning raptors.
Don't break it down. That's it.
Summoning raptors. Dinosaur call. You are completing objectives slower than the enemy team. Proceed to next mission. Initiating dinosaur call mission. Prepare for combat. Please wait. Summoning raptors. Summoning Pachycephalosaurus. Summoning raptors. Summoning Pachycephalosaurus. Summoning raptors. Summoning raptors. Dinosaur call. You are completing objectives slower than the enemy team. Proceed to next mission. Initiating dinosaur call. Preparing combat. Please wait. Summoning Tyrannosaurus.
I knew it was coming. I knew it. It's thundering now. Now it's storming. Oh, shit. Okay.
Summoning Tyrannosaurus.
Keep that up.
Oh. The reason why we can't kill him is because we're all fucking just electrocuting him.
This is really uncomfortable.
Dinosaur call. You are completing objectives slower than the enemy team. Initiating dinosaur call mission. Preparing combat. Summoning Triceratops. too far from the combat zone. Return now and oversee the force transfer. The Triceratops is on the move. Pursue. Summoning Pachycephalosauruses. Summoning Pteranodons. Summon Raptors. Team has progressed to the final mission. Act quickly to close the performance. Estimated time. Transition to final mission. You are completing objectives slower than the enemy team.
We suck.
The first team to complete all of the assigned objectives.
These fuckers refuse the fucking. I literally said I'm not changing before we even started the match. Like, why would you not change them? You know what I mean? I literally said I'm not changing. You guys decided to stay the whole time. That's crazy to me.
A Dominator has been generated for your team. Use it to commandeer a dinosaur and attack the enemies. Summoning Pachycephalosauruses. Dimensional crossing activated. You may invade the enemy team's combat area. Disrupt the enemy's mission progress. Dinosaur call. Follow the Watcher. Proceed to next mission. Summoning Pteranodons. Summoning Raptors. Summoning Pachycephalosauruses. Summoning Raptors. Summoning Pachycephalosauruses. Dinosaur call. Follow the Watcher. Proceed to next mission. I have awarded the enemy with a hostile dinosaur. Summoning an Ankylosaurus. Summoning
Oh shit! Get the fuck out of here, buddy.
Warning. The enemy team has activated the Dominator. Enemy-controlled dinosaur incoming. Prioritize its destruction. Summoning Raptors. Tyrannos. Summoning Raptors. Summoning Tyrannos. Dinosaur call. Combat test complete.
Tell me how that other team was just not good though.
Thank you for producing high quality data.
I don't know how the fuck we came back and ended up beating them first.
Always be refined. Always.
GG's. Oh, it's your boy!
Behold, the best exo fighters in this war game.
It's your boy. $20 levels, guys. 20 levels left. All right, chat, we're gonna get out of here. We've been live for over 5 hours. It's a big stream for me. But GG's. Have a good